pot. We were doing tricks in the church parking lot. For the roadside digital sign, the amphitheater and the Muckleshoot Casino. 7 days a week. We could fly like a family. We could get a high in the 7 days, like we're in a dream. Before Jamie cut his finger off in the wood shop, working on a fun box, we were kick flipping on the back top. Backlot, our spot to engage in ascension. A lot of space to accommodate convention. A's when your name gets mentioned. On a Friday, you would pay attention to when the sun goes down. 7 days a week. We could fly like amphetamine. We could get a high in the 70s, like we're in a dream.
Hello, what's up, man? How you doing?
Cheers for letting me on. Yeah, good. I think I've just become your 100th subscriber as well.
Oh, really?
I think you're on 99 and I've just subbed, so hopefully you're on 100 now.
Cool.
Cool.
I was hoping Danny was going to come over because I wanted to continue the conversation about the philosophy. But what if you want to have any subjects you want to talk about? Have added.
Yeah, the only thing I'll explain first. I have a mouth infection. I have a fungal infection in my mouth throat. My speech is not normally this bad. It's just that my tongue is swollen up and my cheeks are swollen up. So
No
just but the point I was trying to get across is that if Christians use the complexity argument, saying that like humans and DNA are so complex, surely God has got to be more complex than humans because he created humans. Humans can't be more complex than God. So if they're saying that humans must be designed, then surely God must be designed as well, if God is more complex than humans.
Well, my understanding is the classical or historical view is that for the reasons they were saying that God depends on how you want to define simple. I mean, it has nothing to do with like knowledge, but it's like he has no parts is the idea. So like, because he's non-physical. And so in that sense, he's simple, like by not having parts, I guess is the idea. But like, it kind of goes along with the doctrine that the idea you get from the Bible anyway, about God. And, you know, if you want to extrapolate from that, but yeah, go ahead. I know what you mean though. I kind of get what you're feeling.
Yeah. Like God, if God has a mind, like not a human mind, but you know what I mean? If God has a similar kind of mind and God is all-knowing and all-powerful, then surely his mind must be more complex than a human mind. So if you're saying humans have to be designed, have to be, it doesn't work.
Oh, you're taking the argument I was giving, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a good argument because I don't think complexity means raises the probability of design, nor simplicity. I think it's more complicated than that. So because Christians think that God is uncreated, undesigned, but he's like this infinite, complex mind, right?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, and then there's also what even the notion of complexity means. You know, the idea is that I thought that square roots were complex in third grade. Was I wrong? You know, I thought, oh, wow, square root of 9, that's like complex. Like, now I think it's not simple, right? I think it's simple to do. And I don't think I was wrong as a third grader. So
Yeah.
I think it's sort of when we attribute complexity, we're kind of talking, I think, about our own limitations, right? We're not
Yeah.
really describing this kind of real feature of the world, you know? Because I don't think anyone's wrong. When they say, hey, this is complex, I don't think they're going to be wrong because they're just expressing either a level of intricacy that they're perceiving, that they're sort of like remarking at. But I don't really think that someone can just step in and say, oh, this is simple. You're wrong, right? They might say, oh, it's complex right now, but once you learn how to do this, it's going to be simple. I think that makes sense. But without that background knowledge, I think it is complex to that person.
Yeah.
So
it's all subjective. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think complexity and simplicity. Yeah. Now, there are other definitions of complexity and simplicity. Some people take complex as the number of entities that are involved, right? So 10 rocks is more complex than 2 rocks. Exactly. Only because there's a greater number. Yeah. But, they want to, if you take DNA, right, like a little bit of DNA, you can count the number of atoms. It's not going to be near the number of atoms that are in some other sort of substances, like in metals, right? So there are more atoms in concentrated forms of, or dense forms of metals than this, a similar amount of volume of DNA, right? So,
what are Christians claiming that God is like ultimately simple?
So yeah, we were talking about that.
There are 3 entities, but you can't be like maximally simple, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so it depends on what you mean by simple here, right? So some people, but I think there is a strict theological sense of simple, so, and some people mean simple to say that God is without parts, and then there's like gets into what that means. A lot of Protestants think that that's true, given that God is not made of material parts. God is disembodied and whatnot. But then people that are subscribed to divine simplicity, the doctrine of divine simplicity, will go a step further and say, not only is God without parts, God is one in the sense, and so he has no properties, or rather, all properties that you would think he has are equal, are equivalent. They're the same, and there's so many problems with that. I think one of the biggest problems with that is, so presumably there are merciful people. Jamie, are you here?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just saying that's.
Yeah, listen to this. This is a good argument against divine simplicity. You are merciful, and you, let's say you're also honest. Okay. Now, you're going to say that your property of honesty and your property of being merciful are different, right? Now, at the same time, when you say that God is merciful and God is honest, right? That's going to be univocal, meaning it's in the same sense that when you say I am honest and I am just or merciful, or whatever. Okay. So if it's univocal, okay, and in your case, your sense of honesty and your sense of mercy are not identical, but God's is, there's a contradiction.
Say that last part again.
There's going to be a contradiction there. If you think that, so like here, in other words, right, take 2 entities, right? And you're saying that this entity here has a property of A, and this property here, this object here has property B, okay? And those, I have to share my screen because this is it's too much to, if you don't mind.
I would share my camera and be part of the club, but my room is disgusting because I'm painting.
I get it. Okay. Is my screen being shown?
Yeah.
So you have 2 objects, right? Okay. And the idea is that object 1 has the properties A and B. Okay. And A is not B. Okay. Object 2 has properties C and D. Okay. But these properties are equal to each other, right? Okay, you with me? So here's the problem. If you say that A equals C and B equals D, there's a logical problem. You're violating transitivity, right? Because if A and let me make this more clear. Okay. If you say that A and B are not equivalent, but then you say A is equivalent to C and B is equivalent to D, but C and D are equivalent, then what follows from that is that A and B are equivalent, right?
Yeah, and then therefore A and D would be, but then that would make sense because A and B are supposed to be the same, and so A.
Right. So now just take this as God and you. So God is both merciful and honest, A and B. And you are both merciful and honest, and you're using that univocally, meaning that when you say you're honest, and then when you say Jesus is honest or God is honest, you mean it in the same sense. So that's affirming these equivalencies. But under divine simplicity, I reversed them. I'm sorry. So it's going to be.
It would be the other.
Right. It would be the other way around. It doesn't matter though. Under divine simplicity, A and B are equivalent.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's the problem. Exactly, precisely. Well done. Yeah, so that totally makes sense because you wouldn't say
that your honesty and your mercy are the same.
Yeah, it's not a single thing.
But you're not equivocating when you say God is merciful and God is honest, right? You're not using that term in a different sense. But on divine simplicity, God. Yeah, it just doesn't make it. There are other objections, but there are so many objections. I don't know why Catholics will die on this hill.
Yeah, I wonder what's motivating it.
Well, actually, it has interesting utility
or something. The one in the many issue or whatever, maybe.
Maybe, but I think that it actually helps with understanding God is good. So there's an objection that atheists and certain sorts of theists pose against people that think God is a good being, because here's the problem that the virtue there's virtues, right? So honesty, mercy, just, what are some other words? What?
Care or something? I don't know.
Yeah, caring. I don't know. Okay, and then there's good. Okay,
spooning. Sorry.
Yeah. So the fruits of the spirit, the virtues. Okay. There's a problem. Now we want to say honesty is good, mercy is good, justice is good, and caring is good. But these are not. But there's kind of a gap, a logical gap between these properties and the good that philosophers try to solve. Okay. So they will say that, okay, God, Christians will say that God has these virtues. Okay. But then the question is, what makes these virtues good? So the divine simplicity, people that hold to divine simplicity say, well, what makes them good is the fact that they're all God's properties of goodness, honesty, mercy, just caring. These are actually all the same. And so we can say,
like under love or something.
Yeah. Loving. Yeah. So we can say God is good is just identical to the expression that God is merciful, honoring, caring, loving, honest, and stuff like that.
Well,
that's one of the ways that divine simplicity can get you out of a problem.
It seems like you could try to make sense out of that by saying these are like things that fall out of it, kind of, when there's other.
Yeah, but you see, there's a different senses of falling out. The point is that if these are not logically identical, right? They're not, and so you're going to have to do a lot of work to show why the set of the virtues are good. Is it a predication, right? Whatever, like you're going to have to like do some work. But one thing that the doctrine of divine simplicity does for you is answer this question, right? Oh, well, easy. They're all identical.
Just say it, make the claim, and then prove it later. Maybe. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just seems like a mess. I don't know.
Can I bring up a side point, Danny? Yeah. You are one of the most beautiful men I've ever seen. I'm not homosexual, but if I was going to become homosexual, you could term me. I'm not homosexual, but you.
But if I was, I would.
Yeah. Just want to make that point. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
Danny.
I appreciate that. I'm not actually. I think when people give compliments about looks, they usually get really uncomfortable. That's very common, but I don't. I appreciate it, and I hesitate to compliment people because they get uncomfortable. So,
right.
How did you So how did you do with the ladies in school?
Sorry, what?
How did you do with the ladies in school?
Oh, very poorly.
That's surprising.
Did you grow?
All my friends were girls, okay, but none of them wanted to date me. But like, let me show you a high school picture of me. Oh my god.
Were you small?
I was very small. I think that was the killer. I'm 5'4". Yeah, so that is I blame my height on so much in terms of high school. Now I don't care.
Who cares?
So these were my friends that. Okay, so some of these pictures are ridiculous. Okay, like here are all my friends.
You got to share it, right?
Okay, yeah, but I have to I don't want to show all my junk. Okay, I have to save this picture. Okay. Oh my gosh, what's the quality on that? Let me fix this.
It's
okay. Save image as.
Yeah, as you blew it up, it was kind of.
Yeah. So there was me.
Yeah, you're average.
Okay. It's like a young girl.
I had so many girl friends that were girls, but none of them wanted to date me.
Oh, it looks like there's a bunch of cute girls there. They're all
cute. There were a bunch of cute ones too. I had a crush on half of these girls.
I like the one there on the right, the redhead, maybe.
The redhead? This one?
No, I don't know.
I don't know either.
But, I mean, these are kids. I mean, you know what I mean.
Well, no, we were 18, 17, and 18. I mean, I don't know. I guess that is kid mentally, but they're physically we were physically adults.
Right.
It's still kind of young, but
yeah.
Let me show you a better picture. This is ridiculous.
I couldn't even date an 18-year-old girl when I was like 22. She seemed too young for me. It felt too young.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people feel that way.
They're just not, they're just not.
They would have to be uncharacteristically 18 for me to even consider.
Right. Yeah. Like, because I always had older friends, I guess, and when I was younger. So they used to say when I was 18, they thought I was a lot older, my boss and stuff. And then when
really?
I think I look younger now. I don't know why.
Okay, I'm pulling up this picture, but I have to send it to my computer.
I want to see the yearbook picture.
I don't even know if I have a yearbook picture.
I don't know where mine is either. What year did you graduate? Or if you don't want to share, that's fine.
2011.
Oh, okay. So
wow.
What about you, Wildheart? When did you graduate?
I never graduated. I missed the last 2 years of school due to anxiety disorder. I didn't leave the house for 2 years.
What year would it have been?
I'm 40 now, if that helps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm not good at years, but I'm 40. Yeah, born in 1981.
You don't. I mean, I don't think you look 40. I think you'd pass as 35. There was me when I was.
Oh, what an Abercrombie and Fitch model. Good-looking kid there.
I don't know. That was the photogenic type, but I think they were less photogenic.
Were you just too nice or what? I mean, geez, kids guys that look like you got lots of girls when I was in high school.
Yeah, but I'm very short. Number one. Also, I was very, very devout. I was very devout. I would have also. There were very few Christians, and all the non-Christian girls definitely knew that I was super religious, and so that was another thing.
Yeah, you used to be religious.
Oh yeah, very. Yeah.
Was it a public school?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And how big was your class?
260 kids, maybe.
Oh, that's huge.
Well, that's just one. That's just the 12th. That year, yeah. I guess the school had about.
Mine only had my senior year was like about 100 if I'm lucky. It's private though. But then
wait, the words. But okay, now that I'm remembering, man, there was a girl, Katie Rose. She was so cute, and she actually was interested, but I fumbled it. I didn't know what to do. And she was Christian, very devout Christian. I
What do you mean? You didn't
fumbled
know how to
that one.
respond?
What?
You didn't know how to respond, you mean? Or
Yeah, I didn't know how to approach her. I didn't just, now well, I'm married now, but like, let's say I wasn't, I would just go up to a girl and like, hey, you want to go on a date? Or do you want
Right.
to? I couldn't do that until much later in my life. I wasn't outgoing like that.
Yeah.
But now I'm kind of glad that didn't work out because
you're happy now.
Well, no. Well, that too.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not it's because I don't know if a deconversion would have been healthy for because I deconverted, right? So
perhaps that wouldn't have happened though.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it wouldn't. But if it had happened, right? Because I was interested in. I don't know what you're right. I might have been a totally different person, but suppose all my life events were some more or less the same, then that would have been very hard on her.
Right. And that's how you should talk, I guess. I mean, if you're going to have hypotheticals, is assume everything's the same except for the thing you're talking about.
Yeah.
For it to really make any sense. Because obviously, as a determinist, it probably clearly wouldn't have, but doesn't mean you would or wouldn't be a believer, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know what I would have studied too, because I was interested in science at the time. And the only reason why I did philosophy is because I didn't do very well in science because I just kept on playing video games. And so I decided I decided to just graduate as fast as I could because I just hated school so much. And the fastest degree I could have gotten that I felt like I could do was philosophy. I could finish on time and stuff, like, even though like I had a couple rough semesters. And then I ended up falling in love with it. So
yeah, that's kind of I don't know philosophy well at all, but I'm interested in it. And once you look into it a little more, it seems more interesting. And I just trying to find the time. Well, how long did you wait till before you went to college? Then it sounds like
18. I went straight to 18. I did well my first year, or my first semester, and then I found this game called League of Legends, and I couldn't stop playing. I was addicted.
So you did, but you still continued on.
I left. I dropped out. Well,
I'm sorry,
I didn't really drop out, but my parents pulled me out because they were paying for it.
Oh,
they're like, get your shit together, and I did. I got my first girlfriend, and she motivated me like crazy. So that's why I'm saying. That's why I thought again. It's because if I had dated this girl in high school, she probably would have motivated me not to like do the stuff I did in the first couple years of college.
Yeah, but looking back, because I had a really serious relationship too, and it was like I was about to marry her, or I was gonna break up with her for complicated reasons. But yeah, and looking back, it's like I probably would have kept me on track in a certain way, you know. And I think that is the case. You're motivated for that.
Yeah, I know. My romantic partners are like a huge motivation. So.
Can just addressing out to Tim Wolf in the side chat. I'm only drinking through a straw because I have a yeast infection in my mouth and my tongue is very sore. So I'm drinking through a straw so it doesn't hit my tongue because that's the only way I can eat at the moment.
You started to have boyfriends at 11? You see, and the thing is that like I had homosexual inclinations since like first grade, and most people I deconverted when I was 27, and I don't regret any of my Christian experience because number one, I had no really good opportunities to engage in sexual relations. So had I been a non-Christian, nothing would have been different. There was nothing would have been different, right? And that included guys as well. There was like no one interested. I don't know what happened. And then, weirdly enough, after I deconverted, then I got a lot of attention. I got so much attention. I don't know what happened. Because I started opening up to non-Christians.
There you go.
That would have done it. Yeah.
And you weren't Catholic, so it's not like, it's not like, I won't say actually.
That's great. I love that.
I was Catholic as well. I went to 2 Catholic schools. Yeah.
2?
Yeah. I only went to 2 schools and they were both
Too many.
Catholic. Yeah, one is too many.
Is it true what they say about Catholic girls?
I couldn't tell you.
Oh, Jamie knows that. Why he doesn't. He's pretending.
No, I mean, you've heard that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
What is it? That Billy Joel song, right?
I know Billy Joel. I know songs. But do I know the Billy Joel song? I'm not so sure.
He said Catholic girls start much too late, actually.
Oh, okay.
But he kind of disses the church in it. And I remember my ex-girlfriend's mom was Catholic, and she hated Billy Joel because of that song. I was like, come on, he's a good writer. He's got some good tunes, man.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm gonna change the subject? Do you think Smokey Saint abuses you?
Me?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, you can call that.
I think he's way too harsh on you, man. I think it's too much.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Same
with some of the people that they kind of join in.
Jimmy Russell, do you mind me swearing? Sorry, do you mind me swearing on your channel?
I'm not going to stop you, but if it gets ridiculous, I'm going to not like it.
Yeah, basically, I called Smokey Saint. I said that I'd been calling him a cunt on my channel, and he took it quite well. I called him a cunt because of the way he's always been polite to me, but I called him a cunt because of the way he treats other people. I know he's a cunt, but he's always been polite to me, which is why I have a description thing on my channel, and I put his link in the description. But I know he's a cunt as well. So
I mean, I wish the best for the guy. Like I think
okay, moving on. I just wanted to. So let me give you an argument that I gave to Chris Jade against physicalism a long time ago.
Please.
So it actually is sort of like the argument I just gave you with the divine simplicity. The idea is that on physicalism, there's going to be now there are different forms of physicalism, so I don't know which kind you are, but the idea is that we'll just use identity theory for right now. So
non-reductive physicalist.
You're non-reductive. So this won't apply to you, but it'll get you thinking. Okay. The idea is that on an identity theory, some mental state A will be equivalent to some brain state. Okay. A. And so your belief that it's raining outside is identical to this particular physical disposition in your body. Okay. Now, presumably God has beliefs, and he's going to believe everything, like if you believe that it's raining outside, you and him are going to have the same belief.
Right.
That it's raining outside too.
I think you mentioned this before, maybe.
Yeah. I think I did one.
But yeah, continue, please, because I'm not totally clear on it.
But the idea is that mental state is not reducible or identical to anything else. Okay? It's just God has that belief, it's immaterial, and that's the end of it. But if it's the case that you and God have the same belief, and that belief is identical to some other brain state in your case, then you have to be equivocating then between what God belief there, but God belief and you believe. Like there has to be a different sense of the word, or you really don't have the same belief.
Yeah. Do you think that it seems like in non-reductive physicalism there's room for in a sense the idea, because
can you elaborate because there's all sorts of types of
I would say, I'm not sure if I know it technically enough, maybe, but I'll try. I mean, I think I see the problem you're saying, like, because if minds if we're equivalent in the sense of the kind or whatever to God, to mind that come from God, is that it seems like that's the end of the story for physicalism, right? At least, but
yeah,
so I think. So that's something I've been wanting to kind of work out. Like, do I need to make that distinction because it really is more of a theological position that for taking it. I don't really take it for the philosophical reasons per se. I mean, because I do believe in a sense. So I brought this up to Chris too. I said, why isn't the existence of non-material minds like spirits or angels and God not a reason to reject the view, right there?
Mm-hmm. What do you say?
It's kind of like, because people, that's what Kenny said too. He's like, why do you even appeal to that considering those facts? And then I just tend to appeal to, well, it's a biblical argument. It's like what I think the Bible is teaching about man. So in a sense, I guess I'm a dualist in the sense of like, what would you call that? I tend to say metaphysically, but I guess that's probably not quite the right word. But
well, do you know what a token is in philosophy?
No, please share.
So very briefly, like if you write out the word cat, and if I type it in, right, those are the same word, but they're different tokens.
Oh yes, I heard this. Yeah,
right?
Yeah, but go explain that.
I'm a little uncomfortable explaining it, but past that. But so let me make sure I get it right, and I'll double check. But the idea is that the word that you've written, cat, and the word that's been typed out are the same word, given that the same type. But they're different tokens. So God's belief that it rained outside, and then your belief that it rained outside. It's there's a belief, the type of belief that it is, and those are two expressions.
They would be both in the sense of that thought being, obviously they're equivalent because in some
right, because what you've written, cat, is meaningfully the same word that I've typed, even though one is made of ink and the other one's made of pixels.
Yeah, but what do you do with the word sex? Like that tends to be seen everywhere, even when not intended.
The word sex.
Have you heard that? Yeah, no, it's kind of a stupid comment. I'm just
okay.
Like
well, the idea is that
written.
The idea there is that it may not matter. Well, it's gonna get weird here. That perhaps the reason why it makes sense with the words is that what you're counting as the same is the configuration. And I think the idea of configuration is it's a physical kind of term.
Right, because God wouldn't. Yeah, how would God have a language?
A configuration, like in his mind. I feel like that's kind of like that if you take an immaterial sense of intentional states, usually that those are irreducible, and things that are irreducible don't have configurations.
Sounds like the divine simplicity.
Well, yeah, it's not, but yeah.
Going back, if God is irreducible, how can there be three? How can there be God, the Holy Spirit?
Well, what I mean by irreducible is that it's not identical to something more simple, or it's not reducible to a thing to where you can. So, for instance, water arguably is reducible to H2O.
Yeah.
Okay. And so there's kind of a sense of identity there, and you could, in principle, eliminate the term water and replace it. Just talk about H2O and its dispositions and then what it does and all this stuff. You could in principle, but the idea is that some people think that your belief is reducible to brain states.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let's get back on track here. With that, so continue if you had more to say there.
Yeah, no. So I mean, there could be this one resource is that there are tokens of beliefs of belief X, belief that X, and when we say that you and God have the same belief, that while you'll have different tokens, you can still say that you have the same belief, given that's the same type. But I'm not
seems
sure.
Right. That seems right to me. I'm just wondering because I know, I think I should show you a few clips from it, but it's a pretty interesting presentation, from Nancy Murphy. She's talking about she gets into more of the philosophical side of it, and she starts talking about somebody brings up the emergent, which is kind of like my tentative way of looking at it, at how minds work or whatever. I just kind of, which isn't really an answer, I guess, but it's an appeal to just the parts, it's more than the parts make other, there's layers to a system, let's say, or something like that. She makes the case for I forget what it's called. It's I need to read the transcript or have that saved or something, but it talks about how she uses, I should just show you the clip actually. Do you want to do that really quick?
Yeah, sure, we can do that.
You guys go ahead, Wildheart, talk to Danny for a second if you would.
How's it going, Danny? What's up with your day? How's it going? What's happening?
It's going well.
What is up with your life? What's going on?
Oh no, I'm just staying up too late. I neglected to do all the work I was supposed to do today, but I just have to put it off till Sunday, which is now today.
Yes. By the way, I don't know if you caught any of my streams, but you know how you Americans use time wrong. We invented time. We invented GMT. To work out what time it is on any other part of the planet, you have to go through London and then do the maths. So just so you know, Americans have time wrong.
Okay. I believe it. I feel like it's always the wrong time.
And it's in both of the side chat as well. He's putting Psalm 118 verse 8 KJV and then not actually. Can you see? I can't put it up, but can you see that comment? He's putting Psalm 18 and then just talking about Jill. I don't get that. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, let's listen.
So I think she gets into it right here. I could be wrong, but it's probably
yeah. If you need to shift through the time stamp, it's fine.
Yeah, I'll let's see what she says here. And then I think this is the right section here.
Time to
It's like a nursing home.
I end with an important caveat regarding physicalism. There are two versions, reductive and non-reductive. Christians need to work out a convincing account of why our higher human capacities, such as morality and spirituality, cannot simply be reduced to brain events. So, section 1. Does the Bible teach dualism? When we read the Bible, we find the words soul and spirit. Many readers take this to mean that the Bible teaches dualism or tripartism. But I and many biblical scholars believe that these words were not used by the biblical authors
this is the wrong
to refer to
Can you pause,
constituent
please?
parts,
It's still interesting.
but were rather
Can you
used.
pause?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. When you play video, you have to mute yourself on StreamYard. Or else
I didn't see that. I'll do
Sorry.
that. Sorry. Thank you.
Right. Cheers.
Emphasize different aspects or functions or characteristics of humans who were basically composed of matter, the dust of the ground, as in Genesis. I noted above that few theologians use the term physicalism. When I taught a seminar on human nature with my theology colleague, Veli-Matti Karkkonen, he noted that another term sometimes used for a holistic view is dual aspect monism. He suggested that a better term for theologians would be multi-aspect monism. That is, we are unified beings, but as Paul recognized, we have multiple dimensions: our embodiment, our fleshness, which attests to our frailty and weakness, our dependence on the satisfaction of appetites and desires, and especially the inescapability of death. But there is also our essential sociality, our relationality, deep and sustained motivations, and especially the capacity to be touched by God. This is not to say that body-soul dualism was not an option in the New Testament era. This was because Greek philosophical influences had been present among the Hebrews for at least 200 years before Jesus' day. But if I and so many other scholars are correct to believe that the biblical authors rejected dualism, we need an explanation for why so many people today see dualism in the Bible. A major factor was the adaptation of Christian theology to the philosophical world of the Mediterranean.
All right, if you want to
era
find the
during
timestamp
the
where
first
you're
centuries
looking
of the-
for, that's fine.
Yeah, I wanted. I think the aspective thing makes a lot of sense. It's according to
Dual aspect theory. Yeah, I think there are not a lot of like immediate objections that I can come up with dual aspect theory. It seems like you can hold a dual aspect theory and still forward objections to why the aspects are either reducible to one another or not. So
does that work with like kind of an emergent idea? It seems like it would, or kind of like the H2O.
So the notion of emergence, You need to be very clear about what that means. Sometimes emergence. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm very skeptical of non-reductive physicalism. I'm skeptical for two reasons. The notion of emergence seems to be something like supervenience. Supervenience is the idea that if A supervenes on B, then if there's a change in A, there's a change in B. And it's supposed to be this relation that is, number one, not supposed to be identity. And number two, this is my second objection to non-reductive physicalism, is that there's necessity. So if A supervenes on B, it's necessarily the case. It's not like there will be exceptional cases where if there's a change in A, there won't be a change in B. So for those two reasons, that number one, supervenience is supposed to be differentiated from identity. And when I look at that, there's problems like it seems like then everything supervenes on itself. And then the second is that this really the main is that there's necessity with respect to supervenient relations. And I don't think I think to preserve morality and agency, you got to throw away this kind of necessary causation. So,
okay.
Like for instance, so if I got mad at my wife and I yelled at her, and then I look back and I said I made a mistake, I should have done differently. I accept Kant's ought implies can. So if you should have done it, you could have done it. Okay, I don't know what it means to say I should do something, but I can't do it. Okay. It seems like if
I resonate with that.
Yeah, like should you solve one world hunger in an hour, the next hour? Well, no, because that's just outside of the scope of your ability. You can't do that. It has to be at least epistemically, like based on your own background information, possible. Okay, so the idea here then is that if you look back and say, I made a mistake, I should have done otherwise, then if there's necessity with respect to what you did do, then you're committed to saying that you should have done otherwise, but you could have not done otherwise.
Right. It would be like more like a value statement, not a possibility or whatever, or like.
Well, even if, I think the idea is that if it's good, if it's worth pursuing, and if it's worth pursuing, it ought to have happened. And once again, right? You had the ought implies can. So I don't think that you can have, at least I think with respect to physical systems, necessity is fine, right? the rock rolled down the hill. Should have done otherwise? No, it could have not done otherwise, given laws of nature, given necessity of causation with respect to physical systems, right? But agents, I think, are very different, right? That when we admit mistakes, we're allowing for the possibility of doing otherwise. And so the second problem with necessity is with respect to deliberation. At least it kind of relates to this, that before you make your decision, you deliberate about what you should do. And so you ask the question, should I do X or should I do Y? And at that moment, both have to be possible for you to deliberate. Right? So if it's the case that, once again, it's all determined, that there's necessary set of causation, then really when you're deliberating, right, there's no sense. I mean, it seems like your deliberative process and weighing your reasons doesn't seem to make a difference, right? That when you weigh your reasons about what you should do, and you take all these possibilities when there's actually only one possibility. He dropped out. Sad.
Can I just bring up possibly tangential? If
Yeah,
that's
go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah. Why? If God is all good, why is there world hunger? Surely God should have provided enough food on the planet to.
Well, I'm going to agree with you on all that.
Yeah.
But Jamie, I think that the problem of evil is a good argument, if that's what you're kind of talking about. But I mean, I know the traditional answers, but I don't think they work. So you might want to talk to Jamie about that. But
yeah, we can talk about that. Well, but continue what you're saying. I just lost connection for a second.
Yeah, the idea is that when we're deliberating, we're the idea is that deliberation, I think, only makes sense if there's possibilities of choosing, if they're open, if the future is open. But if there's necessity, then the future is not open; it's already closed. And so, what the heck are you deliberating about?
Yeah, well, that seems to be the problem with the theological debate on this, because like I'll agree with the Calvinists when they say, and people don't seem to like get this distinction, and like they don't understand what I'm talking about when I affirm this, knowing that I'm not a reformed type, and that is like can't you say God ordains things because when he creates the world if he has full knowledge, right? Well, is it I think you still have to say that God is ordaining it because he knows what will happen and then he creates. And so, but that is not necessarily the same as just plain being like, there's almost like no good term for it, but I guess you just have to appeal to secondary agencies and free will agents. But I mean, I know this, the modal scope fallacy here, but I mean, don't we? I still feel like they're right in that we should have to say that God is responsible for creating that world, right? That's the thing.
I think so. Yeah, I think to say that God is responsible for your free action, I don't think there's a contradiction there.
Right, like, and so like you could appeal to like parents being responsible for their kids, but with God's if you're going to take God's knowledge of all future events, let's say, where is that different? Like, how do you think that's different?
I heard the first part. What was the second part?
Well, it's just like it is a little different if you create a free agent. Let's say you make an AI, right?
Okay.
And you can't predict everything it's going to do.
Well, does AI have intentionality?
Yeah, let's assume it's conscious.
Okay, so then now, okay, yeah. So how do you know? So here's the problem here, right? That I think when it comes to free will, I think that at some point there's going to be what we call brute contingencies. Okay, brute contingencies are things that are true, but could have been otherwise. So we're having a conversation. It's a contingency that we're having a contingent truth that we're having a conversation, and there could have been a world in which there is a world in which we're not having this conversation, so it's contingent.
Right.
Now, brute means unexplained, and so this is not our conversation, right? We are having a conversation, not a brute contingency, right? Because I think there is a good explanation for why we're here, namely our reasons and a bunch of other stuff.
But we could have done otherwise. Yeah,
my view is that no matter what your view is, there's going to be a brute contingency somewhere, I think. No matter what. People that reject that, they reject something called the PSR. They hold to the PSR. The principle of sufficient reason rejects brute contingencies. And so, okay, so how does time free will? I think that basically the differences between these forms of free will is where the brute contingency lies.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes. Do you think if you hold the PSR that you're more of a compatibilist, or is that more?
No, if you hold to the PSR, you're done with. I think I think you just eliminate possibility.
So yeah, you can't hold to that and say have libertarian freedom
or any sense of freedom. I don't think, because what the PSR I think entails is something called necessitarianism or modal collapse, meaning that there's only one possible world, the actual world. There's no such thing as can, in other words. So most philosophers run away from that view as best as they can. But one of the objections to the PSR is that if everything is sufficiently explained, then everything happens necessarily because explanations are entailing. And so there's no brute contingencies. There's no inexplicable facts or inexplicable facts. So that means that everything that happened for a reason, and it could have not been otherwise. So therefore, there's no possibility. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just feel like Do you think it's a contradiction to try to argue that there are explanations for everything, but that it could have been otherwise? Is that
Yes, yes. I think if everything is explained, then there's no such thing as possibility. If there's no such thing as possibility, there's no such thing as the notion of could.
I don't buy that.
Okay.
Am I wrong? It feels like you could. I guess if it's the sufficient, or what's the, I guess if it's if it's a sufficient.
Well, look, let's say X causes Y. Okay. What does that mean? It means that had there not been X, there would have not been Y, right?
Right.
Okay. So, all right. And let's just say that all of these things, so we have X causing Y, Y causes Z, we have a whole chain. And now there's a question about why we have that chain rather than another chain. Okay. And what the proponents of the PSR say, that's explained by a necessary fact.
Okay? Yeah, right.
Someone like me is going to say there's going to be a point where there's no further explanation. Okay.
It's kind of funny because I think everybody kind of operates this way in one sense, but everybody also operates as though they can do otherwise. You know what I mean? At least as far as causation goes, anyway. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I think I'm seeing what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is that the people that hold the PSR think that everything, in terms of the causal order, is eventually going to be explained by necessary fact. Now, here's the problem for me. Explaining a contingent fact in terms of a necessary fact no longer makes that fact contingent. Okay.
I was thinking the same thing earlier when you were talking about this. Yeah.
Okay. And so that means that if contingent facts, are explained by necessary facts, then those contingent facts are in fact not contingent, they're necessary.
Yes.
So then everything is necessary. And if everything is necessary, nothing could have been otherwise. If nothing could have been otherwise, there's no possibility.
Yeah, so
you need some brute contingencies. And so
okay.
But the thing is that what I was going to say about the PSR is that people that hold to the PSR think there are no brute contingencies. So I don't know what they get into that conundrum where everything is necessary.
You kind of need the brute contingency to even have the door open for
exactly. Okay. Right? So now let's throw away the PSR. Let's throw away necessitarianism. Now we all reject the PSR to some extent. And so where do we put our brute contingencies now? Okay. So let's just talk about human agency. Okay. So a physicalist will say that where do you think the brute contingencies lies with the physicalist? They're going to lie in two areas. Okay. One is natural laws are brutally contingent. Or there's not going to be, for most physicalists, not necessarily all, are going to say something like the way that the laws of nature are, there's no further explanation. It could have been another set of natural laws, and sure, we would have very different physics. Maybe life would have not emerged, different physical constants, whatever. But the idea is that one source of brute contingencies is the way that the laws of nature are. Theists don't think that. Right? Theists think that natural laws are explained by God. So those are not going to be a brute contingency. Okay?
Right. Yep, I agree.
Right. So the other source of brute contingencies that the physicalist can appeal to is the starting conditions, if there are, of the universe or of physical reality. Okay? So the idea is that why is Mount Everest the height that it is? Well, that's not because of the natural laws. It seems like if Mount Everest was a meter shorter, it wouldn't violate our laws of physics, right? It's an accident.
Yeah.
Right. And so what explains accidents in the system is the starting conditions of the system. That the idea is that you can have all the same laws of physics, but different starting conditions.
Yeah.
You see? And so that's where human freedom is for the physicalists, I think, right? Is they're going to have to say that when I choose to participate on your stream, that's like the phenomena that's going on with the height of Mount Everest, right? Mount Everest is a certain height. We're having a conversation. Had the starting conditions of the universe been different, those things might have been false, or it might have been otherwise. There's not going to be brute contingencies usually, unless you're appealing to quantum randomness, which that's fine, okay? Because quantum randomness is a type of brute contingency.
Yeah, that's kind of like I've heard Michio Kaku appeal to that for this.
Yeah, but
that purpose.
We're going to get into where the libertarian and I think my version of compatibilism start to we agree what we agree and what we disagree. Okay, so but anyways, I think the physicalists, if they put the brute contingency kind of way too far back, so to speak, then I think that it just seems like nothing is up to us, right?
Okay.
You see,
well, okay, go ahead. Continue.
No, what if what?
Well, it seems to me, I think in like a weird way, like not necessarily consciously, but I tend to feel like in order to appeal to something above just the mere physical parts or whatever, like when what would maybe be different. Well, I guess this is the difference between reductive and non-reductive, maybe, but there is some sense. Well, I've already kind of said it. I don't want to like bog it down with more nonsense,
Sure.
but I just think it's just like if you have all the components to a computer, that are work together to do something more. I mean, it seems like you could, I don't know if that's what you'd call emergence or what, but it sems like, I don't know if that requires.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but the idea is that there's going to be a supervenient relation. If the computer or if the body is in a certain way and you have a mind emerge, the idea is that there's a change in that body. There'll be a change in whether there's going to be a mind or not. That you need the right configuration to get that emergent relation, but there's no identity. And weirdly enough, they're going to say it's not causal. Okay, so an example. This is why it probably isn't causal. That emergence, at least in philosophy, might not causal. Think about how water properties might supervene on H2O. It's not like H2O causes water. It is water.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And so the phenomenal properties of water, its clearness, its liquidity, its its glossiness and light, I don't know, whatever, okay? Those are going to be explained, but non-causally by the molecular structures of the stuff that make up the water. And so there's an emergent relation. But that emergent relation is, number one, not causal, not identical, and yet dependent. There's a dependence relation, a necessary one, where if there's a change in the molecular structure, you'll have a change in the phenomenal properties of water.
Okay. Well,
you see that?
But yeah, okay, but it still seems, and I'm probably just missing something here. But
so the idea is that take a body, you have a brain state, and what it means for a non-reductive physical is to say that you have this brain state, and from that emerges a mental state. They're not saying it's identical, just like the phenomenal properties of water are not identical to H2O.
No, they're not identical. Okay,
right? They're not saying it's identical because it's non-reductive. Identity establishes a reduction.
Yeah.
They're saying there's a dependence relation. Right. So if there was a change in that brain state, the mental state would change. And there's a necessity relation, right? That, so if you get if you get that brain state, you necessarily get that mental state.
And that's fine for Chris because he's a 6-point Calvinist, So it probably wouldn't bother him, I suppose, but I don't think Nancy Murphy is a reformed soteriologically or whatever, but
I don't know her very well.
I don't think she has talked about that. We could watch that or whatever. I think so. I guess
so. Back to freedom, right?
The question is the problem, huh?
Yeah. Where do we put our brute contingencies, right? And I think that here's what I think: the libertarian puts them too soon. The libertarian thinks that the compatibilist puts them too far back. Okay. Whereas the compatibilist, or at least certain versions of compatibilism. So, here's where the libertarian wants to push them, or put a brute contingency that when you get the agent placed in that situation, the brute contingency is at the point where a choice emerges from the agent, and in the way that there's not going to be an explanation for why that agent caused one choice over another. So they're going to say that the agent caused the choice, but where the brute contingency is that if someone asks, well, why? Well, there's not going to be a further explanation for why they made that choice over the other choice that they could have made.
Because they didn't not do it.
Right. So the compatibilist is going to put it somewhere else, right? And it depends on the compatibilist you're talking to. Okay. So for instance, where I put it is on the weight of the reason, the interaction between the external factor and the weight of the desire that informs the choice. That's where I place my brute contingency. Okay. So if you review it, on libertarian free will, an agent desires to do X, okay? And when the question is asked, why did the agent do X rather than Y, there's not a further explanation. The compatibilist, like me, is going to say, when we're asked the question, why did that agent do X over Y, we're going to say, because of the weight of the reason.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the question is asked, why that weight? Okay, rather than other. And then we're going to say, well, that's some external factor, and that's determinism.
Well, what about when you have that going on, and then you add in like motivated mental, like resistance, let's say, call it. Like, does that
under compatibilism or libertarian?
Yeah. Let's just suppose the compatibilism for the moment. Like, how?
Well,
how
the point is that okay. So then, if you say that, I desired X. Why did I desire X over Y? Well, because my desire for X for this or this reason weighed on me more than to do X rather than do Y. And then you ask, well, then yeah, it could be further explained by some other mental state that I have. But then there's going to be a question of why that mental state caused that other reason to do X, because to be weightier.
Well, let's give a specific example. Let's say you're a drug addict, and
you got me complicated things, but okay, yeah.
And you desire to use, and then you
start with an easy example.
So you're seeking to use, and then somebody gives you your drug of choice, right? And you've been planning on it, and then you're about to do it, and that's like that straw, right? That broke the camel's back when they bring it to you. Then some inner pole tells you, you have some motivated internal.
You really look. You might have something there. I think I have replies, but just to understand, I think the difference between libertarian free will and then certain senses of compatibilism, we might want to start with a simple example and then graduate to your example.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So,
hi CJ, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, CJ. So
how's it going?
Let's say you walk into your kitchen and you see a cake. Okay. Well, you also see cookies, but your diet only allows for one. Okay. But you don't know which one, and you weigh your reasons. Well, and then you choose to eat the cake over the cookies. Okay. Well, the libertarian is then asked why the cake over the cookies. Now, you get a variety of answers. Some of them will give a non-answer and just say, oh, well, what explains it is the agent. I think there are good reasons to think that that's not an explanation at all. But some of them, the honest ones, will say there's no contrastive explanation, right? It's simply that the agent caused X. There's no explanation for why they caused X over Y. Okay. And, okay, that's end, right? That's where our brute contingency is. The fact that it's brute, no explanation. It could have been otherwise. It's just brutally contingent. Okay. Now, you talk to my form of compatibilism, where the same question is posed: why the cake over the cookies? And then I give you the weight of my reason. Well, it's the fact that I'm just make up a reason. I knew that my daughter liked cookies more than cake, so I ate the cake rather than the cookies, right? And suppose that's true in the other case with the libertarian free will case,
suppose
right?
That's actually the case.
Yeah, that's the case let's say that remains constant in the hypotheticals, right? That the reason why you ate the cake over the cookies is because you knew your daughter would eat the cookies and not the cake. So that explains it, but then there's a further explanation. Why is it that there's that particular weight? Why did you care about what your daughter, what your daughter would have eaten or would eat, over some other reason to eat the cookies, right? And then the point, then you can you give another cause, and then there's going to be a question about, okay, why did that cause have this particular effect? And then that's to say, why did this external reason, sorry, why, like, I'm losing my own self, but the idea is that there's a particular weight of that reason that had me choose A over B, and there's something that explains that weight, and whatever the causal interaction between that weight of that reason and its prior cause is not going to be further explained. That it could have been in a world where I actually chose to eat the cookies over the cake, that causal factor just interacted differently with the weight of my reason.
Yeah, right. All things being the same, why would it be any different?
Yeah, and I think then it's just kind of brutally contingent.
Yeah, and it seems that the weight that's just a fact, in the sense that, although I might try to appeal to the idea that, like, what does that even mean? What is mental?
Well, wait. I mean, yeah, that's a good question. But it's intuitive to think about weight. The idea is, so the idea is that if you're really hungry, but you really have to go to the bathroom, there's a kind of weight of your desire, right? And you might feel equally weighed at one point, and then you might just make a random decision. Or if you really don't need to go to the bathroom, then the weight of the reason to
you might have a diaper on even.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. So if we sketch out libertarian free will, I've shared my screen.
I'm just going to say, show me how you measure that weight, other than it's intuitive, and then how that's any different than me appealing to the idea that I could have done otherwise, which just seems evidently true.
Okay, so let's maybe I'm sharing my screen. This might help. Okay, so agent here. Okay, so they're going to say that agent caused A over A. Why not B? Most they should say, not all though, should say no explanation. So it's a brute contingency. Okay. Under compatibilism, agent caused A, but why not B? Because weight of reasons for A were greater than reasons for B.
Is one way of saying a brute contingency would be like it's just something
random.
It's what?
Random.
Just random. Okay.
Yeah, there's no explanation. It's like,
but it could have been otherwise, like in a technical sense, or no? Is that wrong?
Yeah, random events. Well, if they were truly random, then they could have been otherwise.
Right. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, just wanted
no, nothing to be sorry for.
Clear up that. Make sure I'm getting this right.
Yeah, no. Yeah. So, but why is it that now you will rarely get this answer from a libertarian, right? Why? Because this kind of begs another question, right? It raises the question, I should say. It doesn't beg it. It raises the question, why that weight?
Yeah, it's like a spiral down, going down.
Yeah, and so eventually, you eventually compatibilists are going to say external cause. Okay, eventually, not so when there are external factors about why I value cake over cookies, why I value the well-being of my daughter rather than the well-being of myself. That those desires are sort of like, I didn't intend to have those desires. That they just kind of happened to me. Given the external, perceiving cakes and experiencing how happy my daughter gets when she eats cookies rather than cake, right? And those things will sort of explain why the desires have a particular weight over another weight. That's at least what a compatibilist might say. And so where I'm saying is that eventually this external cause, okay, so we'll call it external cause, will the effect will be a particular weight of reasons that will explain my choice eventually, right? And so this now, if someone were to ask why, why is it that caused at this particular weight rather than another weight, then we're just going to say brute contingency.
You know
At least
what?
I am.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, it seems to me evidently true that there's aspects, the idea of the weight of reason. You're weighing essentially your deliberation in your mind, right? And you're considering things. And so, but eventually it seems like you come to a conclusion, and that there is a necessary, that is at least a huge factor, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I mean,
it's random, but yet at the same time, it seems like you're free in the libertarian sense, because in the sense that you could do otherwise or whatever. That seems, I mean, they both seem true. That's the thing.
yeah, the idea is that weight here, there's a question about what that is in the literature, absolutely. But one of the reasons why I cannot accept this is that I think that we cite reasons all the time for why we do one thing
Right.
over another.
Yeah.
And under libertarian free will, those are not explanatory. They're not causal explanations. And I just can't. That just means that it's kind of sort of random as to what we choose when we're deliberating between various options. And I can't
working it out. It's kind of working out, giving an explanation. But here's another question though about that.
Mm-hmm.
How would you, and this might be a stupid side trail, but it seems
it's
like the woman who says, well, I ate the cake because my daughter likes cookies, for instance. Like, what if, is it not, if she doesn't know herself that she's lying, because it seems apparent to me that people.
You're talking about like self-deception?
Yeah, like people have self-deception to the point where they don't even realize they're lying to themselves anymore. But if that's not actually the motivating reason, it's like, in what sense does the true motivation even have any? How does that even connect?
Well, first of all, be careful. You've raised a very, very interesting, often talked about issue about self-deception. So my view, take it with a grain of salt. But first of all, I think that one of the biggest problems with respect to these cases is that sometimes we very inaccurately describe what happened. Okay. We're motivated creatures. So we can be dishonest. And number one, right? And so number two is that we also have poor memories. It could be that we evaluate what we did in the last 5 minutes incorrectly. Okay?
Yeah.
What I don't think, though, that at the moment you decide, you're not unaware of your reasons to make that decision, right? But I think that it's very possible that the next moment you could just literally forget, right? And then for some other commitments or other motivations or whatever, right? So there's
some other brain state,
right? Yeah, I mean, the point is that I don't know what it means to say that you have a reason that you don't have access to. It seems like if you don't have access to your reasons at the moment that you make a decision, it seems like in virtue of what would it be yours?
Yeah.
So that's my concern. But how I cash out these sort of scenarios that you're positing is really in terms of problems with recalling and inaccurately describing what's happening in our histories.
Oh, so you don't think people ever intend to lie?
No, they do, but
what about once they're to a point where they don't even know they're lying, like consciously? I mean, like, what does that even mean? The
cool thing about agents is that they can contradict themselves.
Yeah, right. So it seems problematic for like a deterministic view.
You think so?
In a sense, maybe not. It just strikes me that way, because it seems like, especially if you can lie and then end up lying to the point where you're self-deceived and you don't even realize. But
the thing about determinism is that there's going to be some explanation for every effect.
For even that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that draws the whole question of reason into question. If we can ever know anything that we think we know, and in some sense, maybe that's dumb too, but that just seems like if we can do that, we can't trust anything then, because we wouldn't know.
Well, that's why I want to say my view is that you can't be wrong about what you presently believe or what you presently
You can be
experience.
wrong, you say?
Yeah, I don't think you can be wrong about what you presently
Oh.
experience or believe. I think you can be wrong about what you believe, what you recall, or what you. But
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
yeah,
What you're experiencing at the moment, you like, is almost like you can't be self-deceived. It may be distorted or something, perhaps, or whatever.
right. Like you can, like if you can't, if you're experiencing something that seems like water when it's actually a mirage, what you're wrong about is that there's water out in the world, but you're not wrong about your experiences of, or the kind of the qualitativeness, the what it's like properties of water that you're having. I don't think you're wrong in having those.
Right. What does that even mean? You're just
Yeah,
in
exactly.
some
Yeah,
external sense, you
the
could say
fact
it's
that,
wrong.
and I'll link you a couple chapters. This book is really good for this because he talks about self-deception, self-knowledge,
Oh,
and
cool.
resentment. So he talks about self-deception, and
yeah, I've noticed myself becoming like a cranky old bastard, and so I need to like examine some of my, like being cranky about, and realizing it's my own issues of being disappointed with certain aspects of my life or whatever, and so I end up like
yeah, but okay, I see. But there's interesting things here. You're not going to be wrong when you're angry. You can't be wrong that you're angry at that present moment, but you could be wrong about what causes that.
right.
Right. And the thing is that you might have some belief. You can't be wrong that when you make your claim that I believe that, you believe that. You can't be wrong about your anger, but you could be wrong about the causal relation between your mental states. So
Yeah. Well, do you think that knowledge is in your subconscious, and then what do you think releases that? What kind of reason or what kind of cause could you give to say like realization of things? Like, how does that work, you think? Does that make any sense?
okay, so yeah, first of all, I'm very skeptical of the Freudian sense of subconscious. I'm very, very skeptical of it. But I
I'm
think
just
it's
meaning like stuff you're not able to recall, and then you
okay.
and then you're able to for maybe like if you have humility or something with yourself, like true humility, like or you're like, I don't know what you'd call that, but like when you're considering things that you might not be motivated to want to do or whatever, but I guess you'd say you ultimately were. I just realized like something where like when you realize you're wrong and you look back on it and you think, well, okay, that was because I was, I wasn't exerting, virtuous thinking, and then
Okay, so like for instance,
realization.
suppose someone gives to charity and they tell everyone. In fact, when they tell everyone, they might actually mean it, that they did it for virtuous reasons. But then, they later back like, oh my God, I did that because I wanted attention.
Pride. Yeah.
And I think that has to do with what what I don't think you could be wrong about is having these sorts of desires that to get attention, to be virtuous, whatever. I think what you can be wrong about is the way that they all causally interact.
Sure.
So what's going on there?
But when you think really quick to make sure that you understand me too, because I want to know if I'm thinking wrong about it too, or if it just seems to me like there are times where if you drop your pride, let's say, and then you realize something and you're embarrassed, like literally in your own mind, you're embarrassed about it because you realize maybe that's, bad motivation too. But my point is like, seems like sometimes if you're willing to like surrender your pride to even just to yourself, and you have a realization, that just seems like
there's more clarity in what's going on in your mind.
And you may be it may make you feel shameful. So there's no like, you're not like, you might argue that someone might lie to themselves to not have these feelings, of like shame or whatever. Yeah, and when considering this is all private in your own mind, let's say. And so like, what would make that happen? It just determinism. It seems like really empty on determinism.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think this is interesting, but I'm wondering. The connection to determinism is a little puzzling, but I think that there are a few analysis of this. First of all, I'm sort of, and I think you should understand this as a Christian. I'm sympathetic to the distinction between reason and appetite, or what I think the fancy terms and that you might see is our reflective processing mental faculties or processes versus our perceptual ones. In the Bible, the closest thing to this is the tension between the flesh and the spirit. Okay. And so the idea of being in a present emotion, I think, requires a kind of fleshly, or what I would say perceptive, mental dynamic or process, right? So whereas the faculty of the mind that's sort of dissociated from that is your reflective one, right? So suppose I was really angry with you and I cursed you out. Once I'm no longer angry, then the other faculty seems to be more reason giving, right? Like, if it weren't for my anger, what I was perceiving at the moment from you, then my reflective faculty, my spirit, as you would say, would sort of know, almost in the second person sense, right, that it's not good to curse you out, even in those circumstances that you were the way that you were saying, treating me or whatever, right? And so I think pride might have to do something with that, in the sense that you can engage with someone, you may be really proud, and that's sort of getting in the way of your other commitments.
Yeah, there's no doubt that you can kind of break it down into a deterministic framework, which
Okay.
I can admit. But at the same time, I want to say, like, there's something.
Maybe develop it some more and then come back to me.
There's no
but
doubt.
I'll do some more reading on this. That way I'm a little bit more prepared. But this is because this is deep stuff, very, very controversial. Take what I say with a grain of salt. But I guess going back to this, where I see is that on certain versions of compatibilism, when the external cause interacts with your mental state, so when the idea is that the cake causes me to have a desire to eat it, in a way where the desire carries a certain weight, okay, a certain weight. It influences me in a certain way rather than another way. And I don't think that's, based on my understanding of my philosophy of mind, there's not going to be a further explanation for that. Whereas if fire causes smoke, right? Let's say those are immediate processes or immediate events, in the same way that cake caused me my desire, a particular way at that. There is, on a physical system, going to be a further explanation. There can be a theory or a law, right? Chemical laws, physical laws will act as that further explanation. And then suddenly, when you ask, well, why that law rather than another, then there's your brute contingency on physicalism, right? But on my version of compatibilism, there can't be laws of the mental, right? So there's not going to be a natural law connecting the physical properties of the cake and then your mental processes that include the weight of your desires and such. So then the brute contingency is just that the cake interacted with your mind or your mentality in a certain way, where you have this particular desire in this kind of weight. This is the story. We move on. But the libertarian is not going to accept any of that.
Yeah. Well, call me a hybrid then.
Yeah. Well,
CJ, you want to get in on this?
The libertarian is right, though. Where I agree with the libertarian is that on both my view, because there are other compatibilist views that don't take the version I'm giving, but where I think the libertarian is right, that most compatibilists need to learn from, is that if there's no explanation for why an agent chooses A over B, that means prior to the choice, the future's open. Right, the future's open.
Yeah, you kind of can't get around it, at least from
that.
You know,
and I think that's a good thing, is that so the future's not closed, right? When the external cause, and under this, the external cause interacts with your mind, the future's open, because there's not a law or necessity, because laws are basically are the things that establish necessity, whether it be logical, or nomological, like natural laws. If there's no law, then the point, the very moment at which you see the cake and perceive it, the future's open.
You know, something I just thought of too, and I think CJ's kind of tracking on this too, in the same way, because I think you can say open theism is not. It's either determinism or open in some sense, but then people will deny that. I tend to, but in some sense, it is open if you're a libertarian free will person, right? But then
The future?
can it be open and God know it?
Oh yeah, well that's a big debate.
That's the question, right?
Yeah.
Because if it's truly open,
then
but we
no
don't want to see. That's the problem that we don't. Libertarians, I don't think, want to say it's not like it's random or determined. There's like the third.
Well, there's one way out of this is just taking the B theory of time, because on B theory of time, God knows all events, even if they're random. Right, so you can take B theory.
I guess you got in that sense the B theory. I was trying.
But on A theory, I see the tension, and I don't really. I don't know. You should ask someone that holds to presentism and Molinism, and see what they say.
Yeah, go ahead, CJ.
I don't know that it makes it too much different, because like I've been saying on my channel recently, I don't think, because it's not just people like to confuse the idea that God knowing something beforehand means that he caused it, but that's only half of the story, right? It's causing something, or excuse me, knowing something, having the ability to do otherwise, but then doing the thing that leads to the consequences you knew would come. You know what I mean? It's almost like like that the ball will bounce. You have the possibility of not throwing the ball at the floor, but you decided to throw the ball at the floor anyway, and then we want to say that you didn't cause the bounce. You know what I mean? And that doesn't make sense to me. I would say
I'm somewhat I'm in agreement for the most part, but they will not say that the Molinists will not say that God caused your action. They'll say that God influenced your action.
Yeah, and I think honestly, to a large extent, I don't know that Molinism really is as libertarianly free as they think. I genuinely think that they believe that. Don't get me wrong. But I think their view is even more deterministic than my view would be, because everything is so down to the wire calculated in the actualized world.
Yeah, given that God has like complete control over what is actualized, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, well, because if you listen to the way William Lane Craig presents it, and I know he's not the end all be all, right? Like Tim Stratton's got a slightly different view. But like if you listen to the way that he talks about it, the idea almost seems to be that like the essence that leads to the agent's will is formulated by all the different subjunctive conditionals kind of coming together through time in the actualized world, right? But then the one who lays that in place is God. And on top of that, God actually, not only does he lay them in place, but knowing how they would actually fall into place, you could think of it, so to speak, as it's not literally like this, because obviously as an eternal being, they'd have, they wouldn't look at it as like laying down a timeline, looking at it and saying, oh, that doesn't work, and moving on to the next. But the point is that, William Lane Craig will describe God as being able to like see how the different subjunctive conditionals work, and what different essences they create, and what different wills they create, and what those wills do, and then being able to say, no, never mind, I don't like that, and then doing something else with the different subjunctive conditionals, which create different humans, which are now entirely different essences and different wills, which and so on and so forth.
You're this is I usually would avoid this with you, CJ, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use an analogy. So, but I think that you might understand where the Molinist is coming from. I feel so gross doing this. Okay, you understand that if you write a story, right, that there's a control that you have over what the characters will do, but you're not in the story. You're not there, right? In a sense, right? You're not there to cause their actions.
See, what's funny about that? I would not only 100% agree, but I would actually use the same analogy as an explanation of my compatibilist model as to how free will and determination can coexist.
Well,
so I fully grant what you're saying, but I think that I take that.
Well, do you think that? So you agree though that if you were to write a story, not only would you write the story, but let's say you actualize it, you had that power. Okay. Do you think that you would cause all of the actions that the characters took, or would you say something else?
So I would say yes, but I would add to it, right? So
You would
it
say
wouldn't
yes,
be,
you would cause, and then okay.
yeah. But the addition to it would be that I think that creatures within the confines of their little universe, and we can actually think of fiction as a good um, comparison for this, because this is the closest I think we could even get to looking at how a god could create stories and characters and stuff, right? Um, if you look at how a author or a director or whatever, depending on his medium, right, how he creates a story, um, you could ask yourself the question for fun: well, does X character have free will? And there's kind of two ways of answering that question. In a way, you could say yes, Prince Zuko / Anakin / SpongeBob SquarePants, it doesn't matter, whatever story you have, they have free will within the confines of their universe, right?
Okay.
SpongeBob could choose to not have the best day ever in that episode, right? But instead he does. And in the confines of the Bikini Bottom universe, he actively chose to do that. But at the same time, there's an outside force, not even outside, really,
Yeah, it's in the world.
Force.
It's in the world, right? The
Well,
idea is that J.K. Rowling is not in the world of Harry Potter, but if she were to actualize that world of Harry Potter, she's in the same world.
Well, I guess I'd have to know. So would you be saying, like, if she was to actually have a non-fictional creation kind of thing?
Well, the idea is that the possibility we could take as fiction, right? So she writes the story.
Right.
But then if we take a step forward and say that she had the power to actualize the Harry Potter story, make it actual, right? Then that would be her in a world making something true in that world, which is to say that all the characters and everything that happened in Harry Potter is just as actual as her. And so they're in the same world. The actual one.
Well, so yes and no, in a sense. I would say, so in the sense that reality is that which is, I would say they are certainly in the same reality. But it's kind of different planes of existence, right? Like J.K. Rowling does not exist within the confines of her story, but in a way, you could say Harry Potter is.
But if she were to actualize it, it changes everything. It's like this,
guys. It's called the movie.
Yeah, look. I mean, look. This happens actually in a real life, right? You can think. I mean, maybe you're planning on having children. Are you?
I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Okay. Well, let's say you are. You could be thinking about, okay, if I had a child, I'm going to raise him this way. I'm going to place him in this bedroom. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. It's a fantasy. It's a possibility. Okay.
Right.
Then you make it true. Right. You actualize it, and what that means is that the potential becomes actual, and you're actual. So if you are actual, and the potential becomes actualized, they belong in the same world, the actual world.
So there is some truth to that, right? But what I'm saying is, I think there's also some there's also something that needs to be said for the separation between the what you would call, like, I guess, the planes of existence in a way. And let me kind of explain what I mean using
she wrote the book, then she makes the movie. I think
well,
that works.
not necessarily that. So think of, like, so she has the ideas for her book, right? Harry Potter could be Neville, right? Neville Longbottom. He could be a character a lot like that, or he could be a character that goes the way of a Dumbledore character, and there's some other character that she's gonna potentially think of who's actually the underling, right? Or maybe she wants a female Harry Potter, or whatever, right? And she has all these different ideas, right? But then she puts pen to paper and, in a sense, actualizes what we have today, right? Harry Potter. And now
she hasn't. Harry Potter doesn't exist, though.
Well, right, but like I say, in a sense, right? In the sense that it's like the little world that she's created, so to speak.
We have to be very clear here, because I'm going to get lost, right? So can we use our words univocally, like not equivocate? Otherwise, I'm going to get lost.
Yeah, because all I'm trying to communicate is that there's an idea, right?
Okay.
And that the idea she eventually puts into a functioning story that is now, you could say, the set in stone story, at least for most authors. I know some authors every now and then will go back and change their stuff, right? But And you'll even hear fans sometimes they'll describe these things as the quote Harry Potter universe, right?
Yeah.
Implying that it's almost like the author has quote actualized the world. They haven't really, right? But for the sake of argument, you could pretend as if they were, right? So now this world is set in the way that it is meant to be set, right? It's its existence story. It's the way that it should be, quote, set in stone. But well, excuse me, before I do the but, and you could say it exists in a reality, right? Harry Potter is not a figment of J.K. Rowling's imagination anymore. Rather, it's a part of our collective reality, right? Meaning mine and hers and your guys's and the reality that we all share. So in that sense, you can say now Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling occupy the same world, but there's also a very real distinction in which Harry Potter exists within the confines of his little universe, and J.K. Rowling exists within the confines of her little universe, right? And now, unfortunately, the analogy does break down at a point because Harry Potter is fiction, and assuming God exists, we're not fictional, right? But what you could kind of take from that is the idea that there is, the possibility of different possible universes, if you will, as in what other timelines God would intend to create. And then at the actualizing of that, he would create us in the same world as him in the sense that we were now a part of reality, and he's also a part of reality. But we would also be separated in the sense that our plane of existence is entirely distinct from his plane of existence. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
In other words, I take the author analogy much more literally, and I actually think that's the way the world works in a way. Only with the difference being that we are realities, whereas Harry Potter is.
I guess like the way I'm trained, like I guess philosophers have a very specific way of talking about this. Otherwise, it gets very confusing because we would never say, I guess, word some of the things that you are. So I'm trying really hard to understand you. But the way we would say it is this: that what a possible world is just basically a set of truths about a potential or hypothetical, and out of all of these hypotheticals, there's going to be one that's actual. Okay. So there's the world in which I'm wearing a black jean jacket. There's a world in which I'm wearing a green one. Well, there's a world in which I'm wearing a red one. Well, the actual world is one in which I'm wearing the black one. The possible worlds are the ones in which I'm wearing the green and the red one or whatever. So, so that's all I mean by actual and possible. I don't think Harry Potter exists. He doesn't belong in the actual world, right? Maybe the J.K. Rowling has a particular concept of Harry Potter, that he has a scar and that Voldemort is his nemesis, whatever. All that stuff is true, but as a concept, okay, not as a human being. But there's a world in which Harry Potter exists, and that's the possible world, but it's not the actual. What it means for me to say that J.K. Rowling actualizes, but she doesn't have the power to actualize. But if she were to actualize something, whatever that is, whether it be Harry Potter himself or a baby or a cake, the idea is that they belong in the same hypothetical. So if I were to have a goal to have a child, and I end up having a child, the world is part of the actual world, and I'm part of the actual world, so we both belong in the same world. I think that's all I was trying to say.
No, and I certainly know what you're trying to say. All I'm saying is that I think that that I think that the idea of the separate planes existence of a character in the story I just think they're a really good one-to-one comparison for how a deity would work. In the sense that, like,
well, on Molinism, it's just, I mean, what the idea is that there's a step sort of prior to creation, right, where whether it be logically or temporal, doesn't matter. Where God evaluates all the counterfactuals about creaturely freedom, and then they take a step forward and say, when at the moment where God creates, he utilizes that middle knowledge. And so simple forms of divine foreknowledge may omit that step, right? Saying that when God decides to create, and it may be the case that he didn't utilize that knowledge, that middle knowledge at all. And there are people that might even doubt that God has middle knowledge in the sense that the Molinists do. So, but we do this too, right? Like, as if I have a child, I know what they would do if I offered them broccoli. I know what they would do if I offered them Skittles. And then we have a kind of loose sense of control of which to actualize. I can offer them broccoli and Skittles, and they're going to eat the Skittles. And so they do. And I take it to be something like that prior to creation, God evaluates what we would do and then acts on the basis of that.
Well, and it's not that what you're saying is incorrect. I think it's just that I think it doesn't necessarily account for the fact that so there's a question there, right? So you have, an agent. The agent would, in one situation choose broccoli and in another situation choose Skittles, and then you have the question as to why would that agent in each respective situation choose each respective food item, right?
On libertarian field, there won't be an explanation.
Well, the thing is on the Molinistic example, at least as it's explained by the top, what would you call that? Popularizers, I guess, of this day. Not to just denigrate Tim.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Okay, for sure. The way that they tend to describe this is as, the reason. There are reasons. I don't know if they would necessarily hold to the PSR, but there are reasons why the agents would act in a certain way in a certain set of circumstances. And what it tends to be is that, number one, you have what constitutes the agent themselves, right? And if I'm going off of what William Lane Craig says, and I don't think Tim Stratton shares this view, so I want to be clear. I think there's variations in Molinism. But if I go off of what Dr. Craig would say, the idea is that the different subjunctive conditionals which God has put into place, which are not based in creaturely freedom, themselves kind of operate like a system of dominoes, which create a certain nature for the individual, which does two things. Number one, it creates the individual in the particular world. So in other words, I may not actually exist in another possible world. It might be that the situation was such that I'm a completely and totally different person. But the number two, what it does is it creates a nature in the agent such that they are delimited down to a certain set of choices, basically what they would do given a certain set of circumstances. And then once that's set in play, you then have those same subjunctive conditionals, which now have set up the essence of the agent operating in a secondary manner. And that would be that they set up the conditions which dictate, how the agent now will act, right? So in other words, the essence, which is itself set up by these different subjunctive conditionals, to be clear, non-willed subjunctive conditionals, right? That their essence is established by these things, and that essence delimits them down to what they would do given a certain set of circumstances. And then the circumstances, which are set up by the same subjunctive conditionals, then delimit them down to what they actually will do in the actualized world. Well, who set up those subjunctive conditionals? Well, God did.
The creator.
Right? Exactly. So he set up the conditionals which created the individual essences.
At this point, like the Molinists might say different things. Like Craig doesn't accept the principle of alternate possibilities as a necessary condition for free will. That means that if an agent did X necessarily, or he could have not done otherwise, there's still a possibility that he did it freely.
Right.
Other libertarians will just adamantly reject that and say that the principle of alternative possibilities is a necessary feature of creaturely freedom. And so you're going to have different stories that are painted here. There are going to be some Molinists that will use this notion of essences, that God kind of places these various essences, the essence of Tanny, the essence of Jamie, and kind of place into these circumstances, knowing what's going to happen in order to like actualize the best of all possible worlds. There's some that don't utilize that kind of notion of like placing these distinctive essences in the world. And then there's some that are just going to vomit at the phrase that the conditions kind of explain what the agent did do in those circumstances. They're going to just say stuff like, well, it's a brute contingency as to why that agent did A rather than B in that circumstance. There wasn't the conditions that sort of explain that. So it really depends on who you're talking to, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I totally hear you there, because I can't recall if he's a Molinist, but I know there's a Twitter friend of mine named John Buck, who you may know.
He's not a Molinist.
Okay, well, so I appreciate you clarifying there. I know he does believe in libertarian free will, though, and he's a big defender of it. Yeah, well, and he would absolutely not accept what I just laid out, right? So
he's one of the ones that's critical of Craig and not accepting the principle of alternate possibilities.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. I don't like that part either, because then that just seems like it's determined free will.
I think that that a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I guess in a way I do agree, in the sense that I don't know if I guess I do agree. It's an interesting thing to think about. Does the necessity of a possible world where I could have done otherwise, have to be there in order for me to truly be free? I guess I don't really.
Yeah, that's the principle of alternate possibilities. And the reason why Craig rejects the principle of alternate possibilities is because of a guy named Harry Frankfurt. He came up with these things called Frankfurt cases. And essentially, a Frankfurt case is, well, I'll give you an example. Suppose you're a Trump voter, okay? And if you're placed in the circumstances where you're going to vote for Trump. But right before you go in the polling booth, you're snatched by an evil scientist, okay? And the evil scientist puts a chip in your brain where if you try to vote for someone other than Trump, it will activate and force you or change your beliefs and desires to vote for Trump. Okay? He put that in your brain. So then he lets you go and erases your memory of all the kidnapping, all of that, and you go into the polling booth and you vote for Trump. Did you do that freely? And it seems like you did that freely, but you could have not done otherwise. Why? Because there's a chip in your brain that as soon as you decide or that there's any change to where it would result in voting for someone other than Trump, it would then create a stronger desire to vote for Trump. So there's a case where it seems like you were free, and yet you could have not done otherwise.
Well, excuse me. One thing I would ask to kind of stress on the question is, what exactly does it mean by by could have done otherwise? And this question is going to change from person to person, or the answer is going to change from person to person, because some people would say that having a nature that restricts you from making certain choices that were not inconsistent with your biology or logically inconsistent or anything like that, that would be a non-free will. So, like, for example, if I had a nature that prevented me from eating chocolate, well, there's nothing that biologically prevents me from eating chocolate. There's nothing that logically prevents me from eating chocolate, so on and so forth, right? And so there are some who would say that that's a violation of free will, but there are others who wouldn't, right? There are others who would say that the nature is such that, it's an internal determining factor, and since it could be said in a way to originate from the agent, that's not really a limitation on my will. I don't really know, if I'm being honest, who I think is more sound there. Part of me tends to think that, you know, to have somebody who is unable to make a certain choice because of their nature, that almost seems to me like the very definition of a restricted will. And yet at the same time, I understand, like, when people say that, you know, it's not like something outside of you is making it to where you couldn't eat that chocolate. Um, and there's a very real way to even look at that, in the sense that there are people who don't like chocolate, right? And they never have liked chocolate, and they never will like chocolate. And is there some kind of external determining factor that makes it to where they're never going to eat chocolate? Well, most people would probably say no, right? And it's hard to argue against that. So I don't know how I feel about that, I guess, is my point.
Well, so the original point was about what does it mean to say you could have done otherwise? The libertarian is just going to mean something like, there's a possible world, there's the actual world in which you chose A, and then there's another possible world in which all the antecedent conditions remain the same, but the agent chooses not A, they choose B instead. And as long as those, as long as there's that possibility, given the same antecedent conditions, you could have done otherwise. That's how they define could have done otherwise. And then when you look at the various physicalist views, compatibilist views, hard determinist views, they're going to give a very different account. I give a very different account from other compatibilists, but I just sort of talk about, well, had I done otherwise? I mean, it's like if I knew something different, I would have done otherwise. Something like that. So the idea here is, if someone offered me a drink and I didn't know it was petrol, and yet I was thirsty, I would have drunk the petrol and then, threw it up. What would it mean to say that I could have done otherwise? Well, it seems like I can only would have done otherwise had I known that it was petrol rather than wine or something. And so those sorts of senses that are done otherwise involve different antecedent conditions.
Yeah, and one thing that I think is interesting too is asking people to define libertarian versus non-libertarian free will, because it's interesting. I'm starting to realize that I don't know that a normal concept of free will without the libertarian qualifier has a really solid meaning amongst a lot of people, at least in apologetics. I'm sure in philosophy that might be different.
Oh no, it's probably the same problem. But let me understand you a bit more. What are you saying? That it seems very, it's not, there doesn't seem like a generic sense of free will in the in our language.
Yeah, it seems like so people use the libertarian qualifier, right, to try and say, well, this is a kind of free will. So, like, just as a good example, right? If I said sweet fruit, it implies there's fruit that's not sweet. So, the implication being there's a free will which is not libertarian, but it doesn't seem like there's really good definitions of what constitutes free will versus libertarian free will.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, in our normal language, this is just an empirical question. I think that there are a lot of people that dedicate studies to what people generally mean when they use the phrase I wasn't free. But definitely there is a sense of free will that speaks of coercion. That idea is that there are things that we do that we don't want to do, right? And that has a big, I think that almost everyone agrees that there is some kind of violation of will there when we are doing things we don't want to do.
See, I would maybe kind of, and I know what you mean, but I would I guess question. I wouldn't necessarily push back, but I would question, just because I could imagine, like, everybody in this room is a man. A beautiful woman is naked in front of you. That's like the strongest urge that you have as a sexually functioning man in the world, right?
Sexually functioning.
And yet, would you say that your will was coerced to touch her or bed her or whatever you guys decide to do with your night? You know what I mean? I don't know that I would say that. I don't know.
Well, that's because there's a sense of coercion. There's like the legal sense of coercion, where coercion, the external sense of the externality of the coercion is another agent. But then there's this loose sense of coercion that Strawson uses, I believe, where there are external factors that sort of manipulate your desires in a way where you just find yourself doing something you don't want to do. So I think that there is a sense in which, I mean, let's just contrast these two cases. Suppose a woman is raped and she was physically overpowered, right? That's an agent doing some kind of direct violation, right? Whereas a woman that wants to feed her children, right, and doesn't have the means of doing so unless she prostitutes herself, which she doesn't want to do. So she kind of forced, right, to prostitute herself in those sets of circumstances. Let's stipulate that that's all she knew how to do at the moment. And so she sleeps with a man and she manages to feed her kids. I would not say that she's totally free in that case. I think that there's something that her will is being violated, but it's not by any particular person. And she's not being raped either, right? So, yeah, it's interesting. I think that a lot of times when we're talking about free will, though, in common parlance, we're talking about what's going against our fundamental desires. You know.
Well, so if I may, I wonder what at that point would separate coercion from influence, in the sense that
coercions are types of influences, right? They're the sorts of influences that cause conflicting desires. Because I think that, for me at least, this is just coming out of my mouth. So,
for sure.
Can I interrupt on a similar topic?
Go ahead, Wildheart. Sorry.
Sorry, I've just woke up. But Nisha, one of my friends who comes on my channel, was on Smokey Saint's channel the other day, and they were blaming her for having an icon that was like she didn't have many. She had like revealing clothes on. I'm just saying, if a man gets sexually aroused by a woman, it's not the woman's fault. Even if she was running around naked, it's not her fault that the man gets sexually. You know what I mean?
Yeah, get going.
Yeah,
well, that might be a different issue, though.
I agree with that. Yeah. I would say his actions are not her fault, but I would not say the arousal is not her fault, because there's nothing a man can do about being aroused. But his actions are certainly not her fault. They can
poke out their eyeballs, right? Anyway, but going back, I took our conversation to be about what do people mean in common parlance when they're talking about free will. I don't think they're talking about free will in some kind of metaphysical sense that we've been talking about. I think they're usually in common parlance talking about violations of our fundamental desires, coercion. That's all I take that to be. Sure. I fundamentally desire to feed my children without having to prostitute, right, myself. But I can imagine certain circumstances where that I'm sort of forced to do that, either by some non-intentional circumstance, external cause, or some intentional external cause. I think, because my view about free will is that it's sort of built in. I don't think you can be an agent and not have free will, right? I think that, from my view, free will is built into being an agent. And I don't think people are talking, at least metaphysically, I don't think people are talking about their agency when they're like, what I am. I think what I am is a being that acts on the reasons, acts on reasons. And that kind of presupposes free will, given that reasons are normative. But I really think our common parlance is not really talking about any of what we're talking about when we're talking about Molinism and because really I think this battle between free will and non-free will, all this stuff, is really battles between eliminativism and stuff like that. Do you know what eliminativism is?
I don't think I do.
Eliminativism, generally speaking, is the view that folk psychology is false, right? This stuff, this mental thing that we talk about, beliefs, desires, choices, right? All this stuff, that's all garbage. We should replace it with chemistry talk, brain talk, neurology talk, right? I'm not happy. I just have certain serotonin levels. Okay. And so notice what people are talking about when they talk about this particular, am I just a mechanism? Am I just a machine? Am I just a robot? Right? No, I have free will, right? They're trying to affirm their very own agency, and who they're fighting against is the hard determinist, right? Everyone wants to avoid hard determinism and saying we're just robots. The libertarian free will is saying, hey, look, you have to have this conception in order to be an agent. Otherwise, if you take Mr. Compatibilist, if you take your view, you're just no better than a robot, right? You're just a limitivist in a sense, right? All you are brain chemicals and all this stuff, right? If determinism is true. So, but that's not what people are talking about out in the real world. They're talking about, the sorts of, do I have to prostitute myself to feed my children? That's coercion. That's a violation of my will. I think that's something completely different to me. They're not debating about whether they're a robot or not. They're already presupposed that they're not a robot by saying that they're an agent and stuff. They're presupposing that eliminativism is false.
Yeah, and I can certainly see a lot of what you mean there. And so, I want to add a little monkey wrench into this because you had said that you would assume that you need some level of free will in order to be an agent, and that's an interesting thing, I think, for everybody to just kind of ponder in and of itself, like whether or not that's true. It's an interesting question. But one thing I just want to ask really quickly, because I wonder about this a lot, just looking at the behaviors of my pets. Do you think a dog has the decision to freely choose otherwise at a given point in time?
I'm on the fence about that, but the more I think about it, the more I think that it's just like I'm very skeptical about animal intentionality in general. I think that these are dispositions, so natural dispositions to behave. Like when I step outside and I squint, I don't do that intentionally. That's a disposition of my body. I think that when dogs eat and when they urinate and when they scratch, I question whether all of that is intentional. And if it's not, and I think the necessary condition for having for there being free will is that it's intentional at the least. And so,
good.
No, go ahead.
Now, obviously, I'm no animal psychologist or anything like that, right? The only thing that I am is some guy who has dogs and cats and has watched them. So take this with the grain of salt that it deserves to come with. But the more that I live with animals, and especially the more intelligent the animals are, like dogs versus cats, and then cats versus lizards, and so on. I think I definitely think there's a level of intentionality and free choice in.
Yeah, I think that's
especially
fine.
The smarter animals.
I should have answered your question directly. If you think that animals have intentionality, they must be free. On my view, I think they're free. They're not like rocks that are rolling down hills if they have intentionality. They're making choices. And so, yeah, I think you'd be really interested in the view that I'm going to write a paper on it maybe much later. But there's this idea in when people do philosophy and metaphysics about free will and agency and all this stuff that, okay, we have agency. Now, is there a question of whether we have free will? Well, you could either that they're entertaining the possibility of being an agent, having intentionality, and being free or not free. I think there's an interpretation of Immanuel Kant saying that no, the idea of freedom is built into thought. And so it doesn't make sense to ask, okay, I'm an agent, but am I free? I have intentionality, but am I free? So if you think that your animals have intentionality, I definitely think that they have a freedom.
See, and then that would be an interesting thing then, because the reason I asked the question is I don't necessarily disagree with that. And like I said, I think that I could be wrong about this. I could be misinterpreting, but I believe that I have watched my dog think through a problem and then decide what is the best course of action, limited to his scope of reference for sure. But
Yeah, I think it's very
Now,
reasonable. Yeah.
what makes that important, though, is if that's true, that would mean that agency, at least it would imply potentially, that free agency is not necessarily a quality of personhood, because
Yeah.
I don't think my dog is a person.
I think you're right. I think if I'm right, then dogs are going to be agents. And that's kind of like because I think now there are different accounts of animal minds. Animal minds are pretty interesting. That one account is that I don't. I'm sorry if I'm lecturing too long, but
you're fine.
There are different views here. I'm just deciding where to go. Well, in the first case, I think Kant is kind of inspiring to me with respect to what it means to will and cause things, make a difference in the world. For Kant, there are two kinds of causality. When a rock rolls down a hill and causes a bunch of noise, those causal connections are governed by laws of necessity, as he would say. But when you make a difference in the world, when your reasons explain some phenomena in the world, that's not governed by necessity. That's sort of a unique sense of causation for Kant, and it's free from laws of necessity, right? So that's an interesting insight. So back to the animal mind stuff. One conception of animal minds is that they're without a particular faculty that humans might have. So there's like this Platonic dichotomy between reason and appetite, and I think I told JB this earlier. The distinction in the Bible that might have been inspired by this dichotomy is the difference between spirit and the flesh. Okay, the idea is that fleshly inclinations can be intentional. There are fleshly desires. Desires are intentional. Whereas spiritual inclinations or spiritual desires are basically of a different faculty of the human being. Okay. And so some people think that, okay, dogs have minds, or animals have minds, but they're missing that kind of reflective spiritual faculty, the reasonable faculty, I guess. And they only have the faculty of appetite, which still affirms that kind of intentionality. But
see, and we're just real briefly, I do tend to lean that direction. Not, I wouldn't say 100%, because I do think that, first off, I think there's different level of mind from species to species, for sure. But like I think, for example, sometimes it's obvious, like clearly a dog is more self-aware than a tarantula, right? Or at least it appears that way.
Mm-hmm.
But I think even like, I have been around at this point now, as far as like a lot, dogs, cats, hedgehogs, and lizards. And there's like almost distinctions in their own consciousness with like, for example, lizards, and I've actually even looked this up with some lizard psychologists and people who study lizard biology and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't actively remember, or at least to the best of our knowledge, that things that they aren't perceiving still exist, right? So like, for example, when they move away from this tree that they were just chilling on, right? And they're not actively perceiving the tree by sight or smell or anything like that. They don't actually have a concept that it's real. And yet at the same time, these lizards have a ability to recognize their particular person and stuff like that, right? We'll now move on to a cat. A cat not only recognizes things like its environment and perceives them as existing when it's not there, but it even remembers their layout and can get around and go to its favorite hiding place and stuff like that. That to me is like, so this animal species has a more, almost like a higher level of enlightenment, if you will, than this other species, right? And yet at the same time, there is something that they all seem to be lacking. Like the most intelligent border collie and chimp and dolphin is not sitting there asking like, why are stars up in the sky? At least to the best of our knowledge.
I actually think I might help with this. Other than the distinction I gave, one philosopher that I follow thinks that the distinction lies in the way that animals transition between beliefs. So example, a dog hears a knock knock noise, okay, and very plausibly the dog believes that that's its owner at the door. The dog then looks out the window and sees a person with a package, right? Not the master. Now, then, rather than looking back, so to speak, and saying, "Oh, I was wrong," right? It's not my master, right? It just simply switches to a different belief. It doesn't reflect on the fact that it was mistaken. And so I think that's very interesting, that the way that animals sort of go immediate kind of the dynamic of beliefs and new perceptions, and the way that revision occurs is that it's less reflective, in the sense that the dog will just go from belief to belief and belief, rather than having these kind of second order beliefs about their beliefs that they were wrong.
I think that's probably a very good insight there, actually, and I think part of it too is also maybe like an ability to, and I don't even know how to word this necessarily, because I don't know what it would be as far as your mental faculties, but this, they don't come to certain concepts that they do seem to be able to grasp on their own. Like, so for example, dogs can learn rules, which really, if you want to get technical, that means dogs can learn law. It's not like learning, they're not like getting law degrees, but they can be taught this sort of vague concept of law. You don't do this, you don't do that, because master said so, kind of thing. And when you look at the teaching of that, or teaching an elephant to paint or something like that, it always has to come from an outside agent, but they never come to that conclusion on their own. And if you add what you just kind of said there too, I wonder if, like, now that you've taught the dog, quote, law, does it ever reflect on that law? Probably not, right?
Yeah, like when you've trained the dog not to jump on the couch, when it jumps on the couch and you reprimand it, I think it's possible that the dog might say, "I failed. I need to correct myself." But according to this philosopher that I cited, Akil Bilgrami, he thinks that the dog merely switches to new beliefs and new perceptions without this kind of sense of revision from the fact that they've recognized they failed, or to be in accord with a rule or a commitment.
See, now, then this is purely a question. I'm not necessarily taking a position, but I do wonder how this might potentially throw a monkey wrench into this. It's not necessarily intentionality, but it does appear to be somewhat self-reflective. I had a really cool cat that passed about a little over a year ago. And my other cat, one of my other cats, I should say, because there's two other cats, but had lived with this cat for his entire life, which at that point would have been about 5 years. And there is noticeable difference in the cat now than there was then, and what would even appear to be sometimes like longing, like I used to do this thing and now I don't get to do this thing because the buddy cat isn't here anymore. And it's like, if it's there, because obviously I could be totally misinterpreting it, but if it's there, it is certainly like primitive. Like, I don't think that he is thinking about it the same way you might think about losing a friend or something like that. But it does almost appear as if this cat is
like misses something.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's almost reflecting on the fact that he's lost a thing.
Yeah, reflecting. I guess when I mean reflective faculty, I don't mean it in the sense that the sorts of beliefs that recognize the first order beliefs or recognize past memories. I mean it in this sense that the sort of desires or commitments that are not derivative from perceptions. Okay. Or really I'm talking about desires. So if I step into a room with a cake and I'm on a diet, okay, the idea is that what is my perception sort of causing to happen is a specific kind of desire to eat it, right? Whereas, or I might even not have to see it. I might feel my hunger, I might be hungry. I might desire things from what I'm sort of perceiving about my current experience, or I might be dwelling on a memory that's causing a particular experience in which causes desires. But the idea is that whatever the reflective faculty is, whatever can potentially compete with the strongest perceptual desire. So, in other words, future self, right? So when I go in the room and I see the cake, my current self is having these experiences and then these perceptions that sort of invoke a desire to eat it. But then my future self, my reflective side, sort of competes with that you're on a diet. And
Hey,
so
let me play this clip really quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish your thought, Danny.
Yeah,
I think what you're saying now is very interesting.
Yeah. And so the idea is that what some people believe is that dogs don't think in terms of what would my future self have me do now. And that's the reflective part that I'm sort of talking about, that animals seem to be completely governed by their immediate perceptual self. And they can still reflect about that. They can still even deliberate about what sorts of present perceptual desires they may have. They might be looking at at you or the bone. But the idea is that when they decide to choose the bone over you, that's not a reflective desire, right? That's not a future dog causing some kind of competition with what it's immediately experiencing. I think that's what I'm talking about.
Well, what's this? Watch this, guys, real quick. Tell me that this
certainly.
changes your mind real fast. It's real short. It's quite touching.
You missed her too.
I forgot that we had actually played this map on public.
No, I enjoyed that.
Is it sad for you? Because me and Jamie both very much crazy.
DJ, come on. Come on, DJ, let's go. Come on, DJ.
The thing I'm talking about right now.
Come on, let's go. What a good girl. Come on. Good girl. Let's go. Come on. Come on, DJ.
What do you think? Are they responding to cues, or is there something more going on?
No, there could be genuine pain from loss. I think that could be accounted purely in terms of a perceptual faculty, though, that the dog wants something there and now, given some kind of perception or experience that they're currently having. The idea is that there's no. I think where dogs, or when I say dogs, I mean animals, guys. When I think where animals really lose it is when there's when you're talking about the sorts of competing desires, right? The idea is that what a human, I think, can do is they can decide, I can study right now so I can get a degree 4 years later, or I can just play video games all day. That's the latter is about what my current self wants right now in this moment without consequence. Okay. Whereas the future self, what's interesting about humans is that we can think in terms of our future self, right? We can think in terms of the person that in 4 years is going to may or may not have a degree. we can dissociate the two persons, right, between the current self and the future self.
Plus, a question I have. You know, they were at graves. How would dogs understand how grave sites work? How would they know that that's where they were buried?
Maybe they saw them being buried. Who knows?
Yeah.
But there could be all sorts of maybe they're not. Maybe it's just cues. That's what Jamie. I don't know, but I'm willing to grant whatever you want. Yeah. The thing is that I don't think that when the dog those mental dynamic that we witnessed in those videos, we're not including the way the dog thinks of itself in the future. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Well, I think it does, and I'll even kind of say, like, to use the same, you know, the same example I had given earlier, which was my own cat. I don't know that he I think he reflects on the past, meaning that there was this buddy I had and I miss him, but I don't know that he would ever put like the pieces together of, you know, maybe I'm mortal or maybe I should cherish moment with other cat or something, like, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Because they don't think in terms of their future self. We do, right? That's the reflective faculty, as I take it, right?
No. When you said they don't, do you know how do you know that? How do you know that they don't? That's a positive statement. How do you know that?
Well, I don't think. If you disagree, I don't really think I have a good argument against your position. Right. What I'm trying to say is that there's this account that that humans here's what we do know, right? That when we go back and let's bracket ignorance. We could be ignorant of what's good, right? But let's say we're not ignorant and we make mistakes. Okay. I think that account, the only way that I understand making a mistake is that my current self is mad at my past self, right? So, and that's to say, at the moment in which the moment when I chose to play games all day rather than to study for my test, okay, so I could get a degree, that in the future, when I could have gotten my degree, I look back and I said a mistake. I'm basically it's the sort of tension between two persons. I think we're very divided as creatures, and I don't see this division in animals that they don't. I don't know. They just think in terms of the now.
My cat forgot who I was, so like when I put in when I moved, didn't know who I was after like the month or whatever.
There's some good examples of that kind of stuff too. Like, and I would even say, you know, like I think, you know, I do think it varies from species to species in a serious way. Like, as an example, I think that
of examples wolves, of what? Sorry.
The spectrum of animal, emotional, or memory and stuff, right?
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And after this, let Wildheart chime in after this.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, but what I was going to say though here, as far as like the how do I shoot? I'm kind of losing my thought a little bit. I apologize. I don't want to let it have it get away from me at the moment, but I think I might. Go ahead, Wildheart. I'm gonna try and regather my thought.
No, the only problem I had with it is that you said they don't. It's like you're claiming to know what animals think, and I don't think we do.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
it was just a positive claim that they do think that way. Yeah, I don't think we know.
Yeah, and I would say I don't think that we know per se, and I think, and this is why I was bringing up the different emotional faculties between like species and such. Like I think, like a wolf pack has a level of maybe like planning ahead for the safety of the pack kind of thing, or certain other things that we might see in a family unit of a human family. But like, so one good example of evidence of knowledge of mortality is tradition. Because why do humans have traditions? Well, because time passes and we all are nostalgic and we want to long for the days of yesteryear. And so we commemorate them with little weird rituals. And sometimes those rituals are holidays. Sometimes they're, little things that we do every day. But, whatever they happen to be, the point is we have these little traditions, and we have traditions because we're mortal. But not just because we're mortal, but because we have knowledge of our mortality, right? now you look at animals, and I'm talking like the really intelligent ones, like the dogs and the chimpanzees and stuff like that. They don't appear to have what we would call tradition, right? That they pass down from generation to generation, and that doesn't prove they don't have knowledge of their mortality, but it seems to imply it, right?
Yeah, I'm right there. Look, I don't think any of this can be proved because none of this is. I think the only things that can be proved, I think, in the sense that you're talking about, are going to be logical truths. And the part of the problem to Wildheart's, I'm going to give you credit here. I'm sort of speculating, Wildheart. I really can't get. There's a lot of speculation here. What CJ said earlier is that there seems to be an interesting difference between animal minds and human minds, and we're speculating about what that could be.
Right.
And I'm just thinking that from my experience with the animals, it's all about the now. And I think even when they plan for the future, it's only because of what they're perceiving at that current moment or what they're disposed to do in that current moment. I think this
And the fatty cod. Oh my god!
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah, my only problem is when you said we know what animal. It's just a problem with you claiming that we know that animals don't do that. I just think it should look.
Oh well, I might have said no. I'm not saying I didn't say that, but I am truly speculating here.
That's fine.
It is true that if when I do attribute intentionality to animals, certain animals, it seems like all their intentionality is kind of constrained to is the now.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It's just the it's the claim of knowledge that I have a problem with. I don't think we know how animals think. It's just that.
Yeah, I don't even know if I know how you think, Wildheart. So
I don't know how I think either. No, I don't know how that works.
Do I know that?
No. I have to look it up myself and I'll let you know.
I have to read your Wikipedia.
Yeah. So.
Anyways, Jamie, thanks for hosting this. Does anybody want to have any closing thoughts before I go?
Thank you very much, Danny. It's been great talking to you.
It's been fun.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. I appreciate your time. And it was good talking to you. Very good.
Yeah, it was a great conversation, Danny. I appreciate it.
All right. Good night, guys.
Yeah.
Peace out. So, anybody want to say anything? I'll keep it open for a little longer.
Why? Basically, I've just been to the shops and they're closed until 10 o'clock. Why is it different on Sunday to any other day? Is it religion or is it because of Christianity? Because you're supposed to rest on a Sunday. I don't think it's fair. Shops should be open the same time every day. I don't think you should get a break on Sunday. I think it's religion.
It's funny you say that. Any comments on that? Yeah.
Basically, Asda Walmart is normally open at 7 o'clock in the morning, and on Sunday it's 10 o'clock. And I think that's down to religion. I don't think it's fair. I think we should change it. I don't think we should make any special exceptions for religion.
I actually agree with you. I would say, I take the position that the church and state should be separate, and people should be free to do what they want. But I also think that it's just kind of a historical thing that contingency, like where I live, most of those are absolutely closed on Sunday. I know. I think there was a point in American history where they were talking about having it be a mandated thing, and then the church I belong to fought against it. Of course, they believe that the Sabbath. I think it is a moral thing, though, that there should be a day of rest, but it's kind of how you deal with that with government issues is kind of weird. But I think everybody's entitled to have at least one day off of a week, I would say, morally speaking.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
But it shouldn't be mandated by the government, I guess I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. So. Yeah, Jamie, thank you very much for letting me on. It's been great to speak to you. And
Yeah, sorry you didn't get a
CJ
chance.
as well. Yeah, I'm
Next time
gonna.
I'll be sure you get to
Yeah, you have to do your night.
I'm gonna go and start my own stream. And the Swain side, I think I'm mildly, moderately, maximally autistic. I'm sorry if that annoys anyone. I've been told in the past that annoys people, so I'm sorry about that. But thanks very much for letting me on, and I'll go and start my own stream if anyone wants to watch. That'll be great.
Yeah,
But thanks
anytime, buddy.
for letting me on. Great seeing you. Bye.
I think I sent you a clip of that dog, didn't I? Because you have huskies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is just like heart-wrenching.
Yeah, it totally is. And the thing that I think makes it all very interesting, well, there's a lot of things that make animals interesting, but as it pertains to this conversation is like when it comes to things like how free is the will, and what does it mean for the will to be free, and what is that how much of a element of personhood is that, and all that kind of stuff. I think about that stuff a lot, because I honestly, I'm more convinced every day that animals are personal. I don't think they're persons, but I do think that they're personal in the sense that they are. I think that I would almost go as far as to say they are unique personal minds unto themselves, which is probably somewhat of a radical claim. But I think it's true.
I think that's right. I think that's almost undeniable, because the things that standard like evolutionary science uses to connect, the descent with modification and all that, and like a common ancestor. I think the science of what's pointed out as far as relationships go, and the kind of systems that living creatures have, and there's a hierarchy. I mean, those are the facts, and it doesn't mean they're related necessarily. I would suggest that some of them are related, obviously, but I think, yeah, there's no question. And it's like, if we consider God, the God of the living, I apply that absolutely to the animals. That's why it irritated me when people like took your comments way out of, they tried to apply like something you weren't even really trying to say. It seemed to me anyway, and without actually considering the thought, which is really irritating about a lot of the people in this community. But they don't want to hear what you're saying. But for the sake of conversation, even. But I think, yeah, animals are. The only question I have is that I have no really good answer for, is that if there's no death for animals before the fall, which I strongly feel is the case, that draws the question of like how that symbiotic relationship could even work. It seems problematic.
Yeah, and I do think about that kind of stuff too, especially since like some animals, it seems like flies, for example, right? Now, on top of the fact that they're just dreadfully annoying.
Yeah.
But even besides that, right? Like they exist to regulate feces and other sorts of waste. You know what I mean? Which are things dying and rotting and getting gross.
Yeah. They must be derivatives or something, Although I'm very much open to insects. Although that seems problematic to me in a certain sense when I really think about it. But I just think there's like a great number of derivatives, and that fill a niche that God saw ahead of time, and so that like things can kind of work out in that sense. And then, but that so maybe some of these aren't original kinds, and then I suspect that insects might be I don't even know what to make of how you would put insects in the picture, but it's it's got to be derivative. But then that question is like, say there's derivative animals that only developed evolutionarily, like on a minimum scale, right? And they only exist as a distinct seeming like species. We don't have to say they're a different kind, a new kind or something, but you could say they're a new species, like pretty distinct. Some animals are seem to be related and are highly different in structure, and like maybe even what they do in symbiotically. And so the question is, some of those creatures presumably we would enjoy, have some love for or something, but would they be like part of the restoration in a world that didn't have corruption, where they filled their niche, and so, or niche or whatever? So that's kind of a hard question too in my mind. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, you're totally good. I will say this. I think that I don't know exactly how it would work out, but one of the big revelations to me about Isaiah 11, on top of the fact that I think it just plainly teaches animals in heaven, which makes it somewhat of an interesting thing that's still a question. But that being just besides the point for a moment, it's interesting to me to reflect on the animals that are chosen in that prophecy: a wolf and a viper, exactly. Right? And a lion, of course. But the wolf and the viper being the ones that are very interesting to me, because everywhere else in the Bible, if you didn't have that chapter and maybe a couple others, you might think that God hated dogs and snakes.
Right.
You know what I mean? That he thought they were evil, wretched, vile little things, and that he repented of even ever making them. And yet he's saying that they're hanging out in animal with lambs and babies. You know what I mean? They're hanging out in heaven, with lambs and babies.
Yeah, it's good enough.
But and that kind of made me, I think, look at animals in a very different way in a lot of ways. Like, people, I remember my, well, I won't say the person's relation to me, but a person who I am close to in my personal life, once had told me that they thought it was ridiculous that we would have spiders in heaven because they're just so creepy. And when I thought about it, I was like, I don't know that that's true. I mean, that's a really impressive creature that God spent his time and energy, whatever that means, on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it definitely would be.
Exactly, right. And it's a really cool creature. Like it's got 8 legs. It can climb on walls. It has silk that's stronger than titanium. I mean, this is a really cool thing. And like, does it just have that creep factor because we live in a world where small creatures tend to be poisonous and get us killed? You know what I mean? Like, if that wasn't the case, I mean, if they were all just like horses but really small, you know what I mean?
Well, when you're a kid, they don't bug you nearly as much. I think you have to learn that from somebody, right?
That's true. So some people have natural aversions to bugs, but not very many, especially young boys.
Yeah, spiders creep me out, and I've tried to kind of like lose that. It's kind of like just a phobia, like an unnecessary developed thing that doesn't have to be. And like, I think you can actually get over that if you're having a strong enough will to do so. If God decreed that,
Yeah, absolutely.
You can get over that sort of thing. But although it's interesting what you said, like, some of that's like justifiable because of poisonous stuff or whatever. But I don't think I developed mine because of any kind of fear of being actually injured.
Well, and it's another thing that's interesting to consider is also just the size in general. I have a theory. I don't know how true it is, but I have a theory that everybody talks about dog-sized spiders as something in a horror movie, right? And that really creeps a lot of people out to think of that. But honestly, I think if spiders really were dog size, I don't think anybody would be creeped out by them. In other words, I think they're creepy because they're small. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's probably part of it. Yeah, you'd probably be used to it if they were. And that's the thing.
And think about the ones that really do creep, that really don't, creep people out. They're like tarantulas, right? The giant ones. They're less creepy. They're fuzzy and cute to some people, at least. Nobody thinks about a wolf spider that way.
No. Yeah, and don't tell my mom that. She definitely thinks tarantulas are creepier. But I think I think what was I going to say? Yeah, never mind. I'm going to show you something else that's funny though.
One thing I did want to comment on real quick. You keep showing the stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I just wanted to. I did want to push back while Danny was in here a little bit on the PSR because I had to double check and make sure I was thinking of the right thing, and I was. But I think now obviously I'm not a philosophy expert by any stretch, but I think I agree with the principle of sufficient reason. And
it's totally reasonable.
Well, and it's interesting. So my favorite philosopher actually is one of the pioneers of that idea. It's Arthur Schopenhauer, which surprises a lot of people because he was very much an anti-theist, but I think respect is needed to be given where it's due. You know what I mean? Regardless of if a man had really stupid thoughts in another area. But it does seem to me like, and this wouldn't be my argument if I was in a debate. But if I was just wanting to very quickly prove the principle of sufficient reason, I almost would just want to ask the question, is there anything which does not have a sufficient reason? Like just anything you can think of. And at best, you'll get something which perhaps may not have a reason. But you'll never have anything that definitively doesn't have a reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that's my intuition too. I mean, it just seems kind of self-evident. It's like if it didn't have a reason, it would be random, and that would make no sense.
Well, yeah, it's almost like the idea of the yeah, 1 second. Woo, excuse me. The idea of the everything that begins to exist has a cause. It's
causality,
right? And it's one of those things where it's like I feel like the principle of sufficient reason is that same concept, but just applied in a greater scope, right? Where it's like everything that begins to exist has a cause, yes, but also everything that is in motion, meaning like animate action, right? So active, has some reason for it to be doing that. If you have a thought, there's a reason for that thought. If you have if you decide to have Fruit Loops, there's a reason for you deciding to have Fruit Loops. It's funny because this actually applies back to the truth maker objection thing that William Lane Craig and James White were talking about. And on top of the fact that I just think it's totally hypocritical for William Lane Craig to say atheists have no grounding for morality and then turn around and say, I don't think it's necessary to presuppose truth maker theory. I mean, that's just like, it just throws out his credibility, in my opinion. But that aside,
well, it depends on where you're applying it, I think, too, right? Wouldn't it? Or maybe I don't understand it very well, but.
Well, so let me briefly explain that real quick so that you just kind of know what I'm saying. So James White asked William Lane Craig the question, from whence do these delimitating wills come from, right? And I think there is, if you just listen to what William Lane Craig is saying, but sort of read between the lines, I think it's pretty easy to figure out. But as far as a straight answer, he just kind of says, I don't think it's necessary to answer the question because I think it assumes a theory of truth known as truth maker theory. The idea of truth maker theory is that every truth has something that makes it true. And I don't know. I'm not proficient enough in philosophy to know whether or not truth maker theory and the principle of sufficient reason are the same thing. But they sound like the same thing to me as a layperson. And I will say, I think that even if they're not, both are true. All things have sufficient reason, and also all things have sufficient reason for their existence. Excuse me, and also all all truths are made true by some kind of a truth maker. And he brought up the example of Baal. What makes the state of affairs that Baal is not existent a true thing, right? What's the truth maker for that? And it was kind of, I think it was a poorly thought out question on the part of William Lane Craig, because it's like reality makes that true. The fact that there's an existent reality and Baal does not exist within the confines of that existent reality makes the statement Baal does not exist true. If there wasn't an existent reality and we were all just talking about figments of our imaginations, then that wouldn't be true. It would have just as much truth value as saying my dog is a popsicle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there might be something more to it. I'm not sure, but it seemed to me like in relation to I was going to play that clip, in fact, because I watched an interview with James White, and he mentions in the beginning of the debate, and I think even maybe it was just in an after a thing interview, but he seemed he wanted to go on where the conversation where it had been going at the end of that William Lane Craig Paul Helm discussion on Unbelievable. Have you heard that interview or that debate, quote unquote, with William Lane Craig and Paul Helm? Have you heard that? Do you remember him? Do you remember White bringing that up at the beginning? Because I thought that was interesting. I was going to pull that up and just listen to that last little bit that James White was referring to, because I think there's some interesting thing to talk about there. So I'm going to pull that up real quick here. Oh, shoot. I had it ready too. Okay.
Hey, can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
No, now I do. Now I hear you. You can't hear me?
I just saw your little icon move, but I'm not hearing anything.
Not now?
Let me jump out and jump back in real quick. Or maybe, no, I guess you can probably hear me because it looks like you just jumped out. I'm just talking to myself like an idiot.
How about now?
Yeah, I can totally hear you now.
Okay. So let's listen to this. Have you seen this?
Well, it's not on the screen right now, but if it's the same thing that you were putting up, no.
So in the debate, or James White kind of said it at the beginning of the debate when he was getting introduced, and he mentioned this interview about how it was getting juicy right at the very end, and where he wanted to explore it. So let me just play this last little part that he's talking about. And I think if you don't remember him saying that, it should ring a bell to something he was wanting to speak about.
Yeah, absolutely.
He loved me and gave himself for me. I don't know that he can say that in quite the unqualified way that I think he does say.
Okay, we're going to start to just draw that to a close then. Bill, thank you for being here on the program. Paul as well. Just in conclusion then, you would encourage people who perhaps have struggled with this whole issue of human free will and God's foreordination to embrace Moylanism, presumably. You think that is a biblical and an intellectually satisfying way of reconciling this?
I think it is a biblical and intellectually satisfying view. I'm not claiming that it is the one view, but I'm saying it provides a model that integrates human freedom with divine sovereignty in a way that is biblically consistent and intellectually satisfying. And therefore, this model is one that shows that these doctrines are coherent and credible.
Okay.
And I think that it's intellectually mystifying to introduce this very strong sense of human freedom in the way that we discussed earlier. And it's not a price that's worth paying, and it's not biblical.
Okay. You've heard it from two leading people in the field. I wonder what you thought. As ever, you can get in touch.
Control. That's
I mean,
no, not quite just Calvinist finds objectionable.
It's because I'm falling.
Okay, here it is. Here's the part he's mentioning.
Which he has realized.
I don't see that at all. I wouldn't agree with that at all. God loves each individual and wants that person to be saved, and he will choose to create a world of individuals. So the world isn't primary, the individuals are primary, and then they build together a kind of world as you accumulate individuals. But what the Molinist does say that I think the Calvinist finds objectionable is that God is not in control of which subjunctive conditionals are true.
Okay.
He doesn't determine the truth value of these subjunctive conditionals. That's outside his control, and the Calvinist finds that objectionable.
Well, that's right. But I mean, the whole notion of middle knowledge, as portrayed by Bill, is objectionable to Calvinist. As I said at the beginning, he can, as it were, shunt all this stuff off into one or other of God's other two sources of knowledge.
Yeah, I think that's been a very helpful distinction to have at the end, actually, in terms of a real kind of point at which this obviously breaks in terms of the view of God.
I'd point out though, real quick,
in the end, in that sense, God,
what we kind of saw as demonstrated as the case, and we've seen it numerous times before. I don't think Dr. Craig is consistent on that answer there that he just gave, talking about the subjunctive conditionals being outside of God's control and the truth value of them. Well, I guess maybe the truth value, if he was being very specific to the truth value of them, then perhaps that could be something he's being consistent about. I guess I'd have to go look back at that. But
he shouldn't have said outside of God's control, though, I think.
Well, honestly,
I think he means to only apply it very, very directly to the truth value claim only of the free will individual. God just knows it. He's not determining that. And so in some sense, he's having to consider by way of knowledge, right? And so that would be the distinction between the Calvinist, and the Molinist, I think, to try to make a distinction that's meaningful anyway.
Well, and the problem I think that you find, and especially you see this with William Lane Craig, because he is an intelligent guy, and so he tries to think these things through. And the issue I think that you find is that you either have a general mystery, which is what we just saw, right? These are outside of God's control, and we don't go any farther than that, right? Or the way he put it in Unbelievable was, these are true, logically posterior to the divine decree. Or excuse me, that they weren't true, logically only posterior to the divine decree. Meaning that they were true before the divine decree, right?
Like it's a consideration God's making, by his knowledge of the future free will individuals, but that how you could know that if they're truly free is a mystery.
Exactly, right. And so you can get into that territory where you just sort of say you throw up your hands and don't answer the question, right? Which is not satisfying, unfortunately, but it is an option. And it's an option that he's taken before. There's other options which he's also taken before, where he will try to explain it, and that's what I've been hammering on now for the last week and a half, right? Is how, using Bill Craig's own words, the Molinism he provides once we start having some pieces in play is very deterministic. Each individual domino is put in play in such a meticulous way that it creates the individual, and also delimits them down to the choices which they absolutely would make in this timeline.
Exactly, because God's God's choosing from possible worlds. It's like, does it really make sense to choose a world of free will individuals if you have all knowledge of all conditions, and not to mention the fact that what makes God choose, like James White's best objection is kind of like, well, I want to know who the God is that's dealing God these cards or whatever. It's because it's like, it's kind of taking away God's ability to control anything or do anything. And then, because if he has to consider all these things, where do you draw that limit? And then, and what does it even mean for them to be free if God, because having all knowledge prior to creation, the problem I see also there is that you're stripping God from being able to do anything, but not to mention by having pure knowledge and assuming God's able to woo people or harden hearts and things like that. His inaction is in fact inaction, because he's not It would be like he knows he could have done this or X or whatever, right? To have an effect on a person or not. And so his refraining and or doing something would like render it like quote unquote unfair or quote unquote, make it not really have any value.
It's deeper than that, I think. And you're right, in the sense that even the choice to let a free will creature be free and the choice to abstain from, acting actively in a situation, those would certainly be things which essentially would be God decreeing such and such or ordaining such and such. And you're right about that. But the thing is, I think it's actually much deeper than that, because, and this is where I always say, people keep confusing the idea that I'm putting out, or that James White's putting out, or that Chris Date puts out, or that other Calvinists put out, right? I hate the term Calvinist, so they'll use Reformed, but, these people put out, they confuse it with the modal scope fallacy, because they think what we're saying is God's knowledge means he must be causing it. And that's not actually the case, right? It's only a small portion of the argument. And if you don't have all of the pillars of the argument will appear incomplete. But it's not just that he knows all things, but that he's actually actively deciding which things happen and which things don't, right? Like you can almost think of it like, and Bill Craig has said so many different times, right? God can see, well, this is how an agent would act in this situation, and I don't like that, so I'm going to create a different situation and see how the agent would act. And if I like that, I'll go with that one, right? Well, the important thing,
meticulous.
yeah, exactly, very meticulous, very, very meticulous, right? But the thing that makes it really important then for this situation is now you have, it's not just that he has active knowledge that X will happen. It's that he has active knowledge that X will happen and could do otherwise, but decides to do X anyways. You know what I mean? And that's not assuming my position at all. That's strictly on the Molinist worldview.
Yep. So just make it easy. Why add all that extra garbage that just gets you in the same place as what you're saying, right?
Exactly. And that's why I would say too, it's funny, Nate Sala is this guy I've recently found. He's the president of Wise Disciple, and he does this thing called Debate Teacher Reacts. So he's a debate teacher, right? And he reacts to debates. It's really cool, actually. It's a good way.
That came up in my feed too, so we're connected, obviously.
Yeah. Well, the reason I bring him up here is because he was recently asked if he was Reformed, and he said no, but I am a compatibilist. And the reason I point that out is because I think there is a growing number of people who are starting to realize that you may not buy into the whole Reformed theology thing, like total depravity and limited atonement and all, right? You may not buy into the whole hog, but compatibilism is just unavoidable. You know what I mean? Like it has to be true. If it's not true, then nothing in this book can be true.
Well, let me ask you this about that. But I agree. But I think, and sometimes I don't articulate this well, like many things, but that compatibilism, like in the philosophical sense, is almost like, if you mean to just apply it to like causality almost, or whatever, however you would say that, it's just like, that's evidently like at least somewhat true anyways, or it's seemingly absolutely true. But then my question is like, does that apply the same way with like the idea that we have minds that aren't necessarily like directly, I feel like if you're not a physicalist, you'd almost be forced to say that like the mind that's like running the person, right? It might not be connected in the same kind of causal way as like just the physical world, right? Or what do you think about that? Is there a separation there, or because non-material minds controlling our ability to do certain things or not? Does that play any role in your thinking? Or
well, not necessarily. I don't know that I would be any more or less compatibilistic if I was a physicalist. Only because I think that my personal reasons for being compatibilistic, the first one is just simply this unavoidability of it. And I've always just kind of, people can see my debates on the Canaanites and on slavery age and all that kind of stuff to know that I'm like, I kind of have a knack for just biting the bullet and seeing how far I can take it. You know what I mean? And it's no different. It's never been different here, right? So it's always been one of those things where it's like, if I can't get out of it, I might as well just go and, you know, do a deep dive. But the other thing about it too is, I do have I don't know how you would put this, a kind of, I guess, cynical view, if you will, on reality. Like I don't think that it, now I want to be clear. I do think that God genuinely loves us and that he wills for our good, and that all of his things are good and all that kind of stuff, right? But I don't think that this idea that that always translates into us having these super peachy lives.
Sure. I agree with that. What we often think is evil that God allows is probably not evil. In other words,
it's not even just that it's not evil. It's like people don't understand their own perspective, right? So like we're sitting here in 2021 I'm on a cell phone. You're probably on your computer, but regardless, on the internet, you know, talking about issues of merely abstract importance, for an audience of, you know, who cares at a certain point in time, because the fact of the matter is nobody in the world even knows we exist, any of us, right? As far as like the most popular person in this area of the internet is Chump Change, right? And that's just facts, right? I mean, think Modern Day Debate with their 60,000 subscribers, which is really
no, I'm popular, dude. I'm popular. I hit 100 today.
and by the way, congratulations on that. I do. That is really cool.
Yeah. It's fun.
But you know what I mean, right? And so it's like, and we're not even Modern Day Debate, right? So this is just our little podunk area of the internet, and yet we're able to have some level of impact on people, and we have this wealth of knowledge, and you know, I can go and just, I mean, I started this day munching on a taco, you know, all this other kind of stuff, and we just take this stuff for granted, like it's just normal, and it's totally not normal. It's like it's so abnormal. The majority of people today are not living like this with internet and a cell phone and a nice chicken taco and an Xbox and all this other kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And then you want to take into account like the rest of history, and it's awful. It's just so bad. It's so bad. It's not even funny. People think that like life today is bad, and they just, you open a history book, you have absolutely no clue how bad things are, right? Like the Black Plague wiping out a whole half of Europe's population in like a decade. They just died. And they died miserably with boils all over them, and their skins, you know, got black pus coming out of it, and people think it's the end of the world, right? And then it just happens again 30 years later to another third of the population, because why not? You know what I mean? And this is just the way that history was forever. And then all of a sudden in the 1900s, it became different, and it became different for a very limited group of people in the world, namely the West. And now we just take that stuff for granted as if that's just the way life is supposed to be, right? And so then we start to like ask these questions like, well, what about like God ordaining evil and stuff like that? It's like that question to me is such a selfish question, right? Because it's like, do you not understand what world you live in? Like the life is freaking miserable and it's meaningless. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I tend to agree with that.
Of Ecclesiastes, by the way, that's not just CJ Cox, right?
Absolutely. I would say I want to blame all that on man and give God all the credit for anything good. But I think you're right in that sense that I do think that we although I did see this thing, and it makes me wonder sometimes, like I absolutely agree with everything you said, and that's almost certainly the case, like that we're totally like skewed in our thinking on this. I totally agree with that, but there is a part of me that because of the way the brain seems to work and like perception and like how things are related, like your perception relates to how bad you feel like you have it. Like it's very much comparative to like what you see around you, I think. And because like, for instance, like natives that like can't even differentiate between these two, like to us, a really obvious color difference. They can't even see that there's two different colors, right? They're like essentially colorblind because they live in the forest. But then when they show them like these, ask them to point out which, they have all these different color words for the color green, which we don't really have, right? And we have like one word, right, with qualifiers, but they have all these words for the different kinds of green. And like they can go on a computer. I saw a thing when these guys couldn't pick out, like I forget what color it was, but it was like a purple out of reds or something. They couldn't see it because there's almost no purple in the whole jungle or whatever. But when they put all these like 50 squares of green on the screen, and then they went in digitally to like just adjust the color by like, nanometers or whatever wavelength or however that works. And they showed on the TV, like all the boxes, they gave you a long time to look at it too. They absolutely looked identical, right? And I have no colorblind issues, but these guys could pick out the one that they digitally changed just barely, right? And then the other thing I saw was this experiment they did, and they wrote like a paper on it, but you take a person and you have a big bucket of cold water with ice in it, and you tell them to keep it in as long as they just can absolutely stand, right? Just and you psych them up like as long as you can just bear it, right? And then they do it, and like almost there's like an average, right? But everybody who does it gets like, and they tell them as long as you can possibly stand, right? And they do it, and they get like 45 seconds or like a minute or whatever, right? And then they show them a video of other people, and then they tell them or whatever that, oh, people can do it for 2.5 minutes, no problem, right? And then it's like when they tell those other people like that story ahead of time, they're able to do it. And so I wonder sometimes if like how much, like, when things were a lot worse, like did people just deal with it and like get on with their lives and like, you know what I mean? I know that sounds kind of weird, but there's a sense where that's somewhat true, I think. Maybe.
Oh, it's totally true. I'll give an example just really quick as to how it's true. My grandfather's grandfather, so it'd be my great grandfather, was one of 13 children, 11 of whom made it to adulthood. And
that's crazy, dude. My grandma's the same thing. They had 14 kids and 12 of them lived.
That's now
North Dakota,
right? Actually, Canada.
Close enough.
But
yeah, sorry.
No kidding. That actually is really close to each other. Especially because it's Alberta, Canada, right? So I think that was even border. But anyways, the thing is that 11 out of 13 was kind of like, wow, y'all flipped pretty good. You drew the cards pretty well. Only 2 died. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's almost like a little bit of a success story because only 2 of your children died in the years before they turned adult. Now, how mind-boggling is that to think, if you went to a parent today and said, hey, I foresee in your future 5 kids, but don't worry, only 2 of them are going to die, right? You'd be like, only? I'd like only 0, please, perhaps. Is that a possibility? But we just take that for granted. Kids don't die these days, right? But they totally did back in the day. That was just a regular thing. It just happened, right? And you dealt with it and you moved on. And because if you didn't move on, it would be weird. Like everybody's lost a kid. You know what I mean? What makes you special?
You couldn't afford to, to a certain level. Obviously, I'm sure people were devastated, but in the way, like not like people would be now.
Well, and it's like too, when we're, because the reason this is all relevant, right, is because we live in a very particular time and place where luxury is just abundant in a way that it probably has never been in world history. And yet we're the first people to look at ideas like God has ordained the world to be the way that it is, and like snuff our nose at it. You know what I mean? Because we feel like the world should be up to par to how we have it now. And it's like, this is the aberration. This is the blessing, right? This isn't normal. Normal is hacking up black lung at 35 and people coming in and raping your missus, and like that's normal. That's harsh, but that's normal. And yeah, I'm not saying people need to recognize that. I'm glad we don't recognize that in the United States, right? Because we live in such a luxurious country. But it would behoove people to understand like that we are the aberration. And I'll say for me, part of the reason that I am so thankful for the things that I do have is the recognition of that fact. I could have been born in Africa 200 years ago. You know what I mean? That totally could have happened, but it wasn't. I was born in America now, so it's like the audacity of me to complain about God's ordination would be absurd. You know what I mean?
Africa's not the happiest place now. Even I mean,
it is true.
I saw a thing the other day where I was shocked. Like it's something like 2 out of 3 women are sexually, let's say, they're basically raped, and mostly like by, family members or something before they're like on, I forget, it was crazy. It was like 60% of girls before they're 15 are deflowered essentially. And that it's almost like a norm. It's like, it's atrocious. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, 100%, right? And
couldn't believe it.
It's the same thing, right? It's like it's this idea that, and don't get me wrong, that's not good. I'm not saying that that's good by any stretch. I'm just saying that, like, for you then to now, and I don't mean you, Jamie, I mean you, royal you, right? To then now sit up here with your TV dinner, watching your fucking Jetsons, and excuse my French, but it's just this stuff that irritates me.
No, I'm shit too. I mean, we're going to be judged for that too, probably in some way.
Right.
We because having it so easy, that is, and not being good stewards of that. I mean, I tremble at that thought. Honestly, like that's something to consider.
Well, when I hope too, maybe having put it in this light, maybe you look at the idea of God's ordination of things slightly different, perhaps, because that's one of the things that made me look at it differently is, how much of an aberration my own life actually is. You know what I mean? Because this isn't the way it's supposed to go. I mean, I'll just give one last example. I remember once I was asked by somebody, because there was a good friend of ours, me and this other somebody, who had just gone through a breakup, and so she asks, excuse me, I am asked by the person, for this girl, everybody has a soulmate, right? And it was like, well, I want to be nice to this person. I don't want to like kick them while they're down, but I don't want to lie to them either. And so I kind of just didn't answer the question. But because she's an inquisitive little one and she wanted to get pried out of me the actual answer, I finally just told her, I was like, look, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's people out there who, they grew up their whole life in, some place in Bangkok in Thailand, only to be kidnapped by some, whatever their version of the Yakuza is, and sold into sexual slavery before dying of syphilis at the age of 17. And I'm sorry, that person didn't have a soulmate. Like, and the point I was trying to make was just to illustrate, like, it's not that you don't just get to take that for granted. You know what I mean? If you have a spouse, that's a blessing. It's not just, oh, everybody has a soulmate. You're not entitled to a soulmate.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Like,
well, that's not very reformed of you to say, though. But it's not really what you're actually. Now I take that back. You're not. That wasn't even the point. The point is, you got to consider how how lucky you are if you do have a spouse, whether they're soulmate or not, I guess, right?
Yeah, like the idea that you have love, right? That you have a person that God has designated for you. That's a blessing, right? That's not, because not everybody has that, and that's the thing that makes it a blessing, right? Is the fact that somebody else could have gotten it but you did, um and not because of anything that you did, right? um
Good or bad.
exactly. Let's take away from the spouse example for a moment and get to a big picture example. We were both born in the United States in the 21st century, when, I mean, it's unfortunately we had just had the really tragic passing of Demarius Thomas, who was only 33 years old. But that's a fluke today, right? People don't die at 33 today, um, and which makes it all the more tragic, of course. But the point is, Lord willing, of course, because everything is in His control. But me, you, Nick, Praise, we're all expected to hit our 80s. You know what I mean? And we could smoke and drink and eat Big Macs, and we'd still be expected to hit our 70s at least. And
the Adventists live about 10 years longer, but I haven't been a very good Adventist, so.
Well, I will admit, Adventist eating practices are fantastic, and they definitely figured out the nicotine problem before everybody else did too. But regardless, though, the point that I'm kind of trying to make there is that is a blessing there. It could have been somebody else's, and we didn't do anything to earn being born in America in the 21st century. Right? It's not like we were like these really great employees at the earn your nationality job auction or something like that. God just decided that this is where we are. We're not in some other terrible place. You know what I mean? And to brag about that would be atrocious, of course, because we did nothing. There's nothing in us that earned it at all. But also to to assume that was just the way it would almost be the same kind of a crime, right? Because it's like, no, this is an aberration. You weren't supposed to have this in the sense that it was entitled to you. You were supposed to have this in the sense that I gave it to you, I being God in the situation. And I don't know. I've always taken that stuff kind of very seriously, and to me it restructures the whole conversation, because it's just like it just makes it. I don't know. It makes me think, like, if I'm being honest, sometimes it makes me think like I'll hear people talk about the promise of evil, or the problem, excuse me, of evil, or God's ordination, and this isn't good. It's not very evangelistic of me, and I want to make sure that I'm meeting people where they're at, because the point is not to judge anyone. But I'll be honest, sometimes it just makes me think like first world problems. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
how off in your direction sometimes, and it's I don't know, it's weird. That's not a good quality though.
Yeah. Well, that's something that I'm going to lay it out honestly. Like, I try to be honest about the issues I see in the different views or whatever. Like I've told you what my bottom line is. I just can't get over the idea that we don't like that. We have to there seems to be a necessity, in my mind anyways, that like we separate God from being the like from instantiating evil, let's say, like in the strong sense. Like, I think ultimately he like ordained what would happen, like in the sense of him knowing it and actualizing that world. But I also think, and so I think there's like some common ground there, because that's just, I think, being just admitting the issue, honestly, that some people won't do. Not that I'm getting a trophy for that or anything, but I think, what was I going to say? What was the last thing you said? The with the problem of evil, that is my bottom line. But I think God's, I forgot what I was going to say, but what was it? It was, the thing you said about, first world problems. That's definitely a line that comes to my mind often too. But sometimes I feel that way about people that are like really rigidly OSAS in a certain way, like when they want to start defending, like you can, you know, although I'm a little bit sensitive to this thought in the sense that I don't think people should worry about their salvation like every time they make a sin or something, right? But I do think when people are like really stressing that, it's like they start to sound like they just like, I'm saved, don't you know? And like in a sense where it's like that's like all they're concerned about, and that's probably wrong too, and not being charitable. But I think but it makes me like, if I'm just being totally honest, sometimes I think back. And I mean that in a very nuanced way. I don't think you earn your salvation, but my point is like I don't see that being said in the New Testament, like flatly, like in the way people are saying it. And I wonder, like the early Christians, like going to their deaths willingly, right? Not like giving. So I'm really curious how you honestly think about this. I'm sure you disagree, but I mean, like, I have a hard time like thinking that that's what people were like really thinking about in the sense as they face their death and willingly go and don't like say Caesar is Lord kind of thing. So what would you say to that? Like, why not just they can't lose their standing, so like why not just say Caesar is Lord, and then they can live another day to like spread the gospel? Like what's going on there? How do you look at that?
I see it as the faith that saves, in my view, creates a change in the person such that they would want to do these sorts of things. And so it's not that the action of not
I
going
don't disagree with that, by the way. I think that's right. Maybe they explore that more, but sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. But like it's not that the action of saying Caesar is Lord for a moment is like a damnable sin, in the sense that like that's it now you can't come to the cross, you know what I mean? Now you're not a Christian anymore.
Not a magic spell, right?
Right, exactly. What it is though is that it demonstrates it demonstrates, potentially at least, the lack of the saving faith, as far as like actually within you. That's not, granted, that's a particularly reformed position then, right? Because my position then is perseverance of the saints. I think that those who are saved are always saved, but also I think that the way that we see that all kind of play out is by reality, but by seeing what happens, and we don't have access to that information. That's part of the reason. I mean, I know Smokey thinks he's really clever with the whole if-sas thing, but it's like, right? I mean, that's sort of just the standard reformed position for 500
Graham said it before. Graham's the one who came up with that, because he said it before anybody else. But he means it in a different way, in a sense. But
well, and my only point is just to say that's just, excuse me, that's the way it's always been, right?
Right. I mean, it's undeniable, I think, and depending on how you're viewing it, what your vantage point is, right? But I mean, isn't that just the case, right? Obviously, it's just like a truism. Or how do you see that, or how do you understand that, and make sure we're on the same page here? But it seems like surely if OSAS is true, then IFSAS is true, obviously, right? Or am I missing something?
Yeah, no. Well, the point is just to be saying that if you are saved, if you got saved at the age of 23, right, and you're going to live to be 86, you will not fall away, right? There's nothing that will separate you from God, in my view, right? But that's going to actually manifest, I think, in your life. And by the way, it's possible between the ages of 37 and 52, you could be a backslidden Christian. That we, as Reformed people, would accept that under our model, because we have the story of the prodigal son. These things do happen. But the point of the, I was saying, like, if you want to call it if saved, always saved, well, it's like if you were saved there at age 23, right? Then at age 48, when you're in your backslidden state, you're still saved. And that's going to manifest in your life. Now, but the difference between my position as a Reformed person and the position of, say, Donnie as a free grazer, which to be fair, for the most part, in a lot of ways, are very, very similar. There are reasons that certain folk see similarities between SFT and determinists. It's because the preservation of the saints was originally a Reformed doctrine, and nobody's more aware of that, by the way, than SFT. So for those of you who think that you're like catching him in something, it's not as if he doesn't know. And of course they know who they are, but nonetheless.
Yeah, right.
That
doesn't seem to be a problem, really, if you think about it, because putting aside which way of looking at it is right or whatever, because they can't really both be right in the strong sense. Philosophically, not that it's about salvation per se necessarily, but I mean, it doesn't really matter that you're not Reformed and hold that belief, because it could still be the case. I mean, I think obviously correct doctrine was all over the place right through history, so it could be the fact that they picked up on the tulip isn't right, but it developed from the true concept of OSAS. Then it's really of no effect that that's the case per se. Other than that, I don't know. It makes it seems more only coherent philosophically, or more coherent philosophically in Calvinism, obviously, I think, and I'm sure you agree.
Yeah, and I do also agree with what you were just talking about earlier. I mean, as far as that, there is truth everywhere, right? My view, for example, of the law is probably a lot more similar to yours than many Reformed people. Although the Reformed people, I think, have a much, much, much better view of the law than, say, Methodist people, and so on. Or my view of tongues and spiritual healing and stuff like that, really similar to like the Pentecostals. And so I totally agree with you that like there is truth to be found everywhere, certainly.
Hey, what do you make of people? I find it hilarious, or just not. It's actually not funny, haha, but funny, uh-oh, kind of thing. But I make that distinction: funny, uh-oh, not funny, haha. So, but there's like groups out there, and it just struck me one day, like some of these people will say, like, and they have this like glossolalia idea of tongues or whatever, which I'm sympathetic to, but I don't think it's correct. It's not the right way to understand it at all, and I don't know what to make of it per se. And like, I don't think they're necessarily Satan possessed or something, but I think they're sincere. In other words, but they'll say, some of them will say, you don't have the Holy Spirit if you don't do this weird thing, and then which meaning you're not saved, kind of thing. And yet these same people will then like say the law's done away with. So it's like God's going to send you to hell for not speaking in tongues, but to hell with his law, kind of thing. I just find that weird.
Well, and I actually have the same issue with the UPCI, for example, which would teach that you must teach in tongues, or must speak in tongues in order to be saved, as I would with excuse me, Matt, as I would with the SDA, for example. And I don't say that to poke fun at you, but I just say that to illustrate. And it is that there are doctrines I don't agree with either one, and there are doctrines I really, really do agree with either one. But my issue is that both start taking the flag, and then they plant the flag at a certain place, and then everybody else who doesn't plant the same flag in the same place is not a Christian. You know what I mean? So in the case of the SDA, it's Saturday worship, right? Sometimes keeping the law, but mostly Saturday worship. And in the case of the UPCI guy, it's going to be speaking in tongues. And I greatly sympathize with both of those things. In fact, I would even say I support both of those things. My view on the Sabbath is probably a little more nuanced than the SDA doctrinal position. But if I had my own church, I would preach Saturday mornings and Sunday mornings, because I think both are quite valuable. But regardless, the point is, like, I don't have any problem with the view on the speaking in tongues per se, right? I agree that I think speaking in tongues is still for today. Although, there's even a conversation that needs to be had with that. But then it's when you start saying, well, okay, so now if you don't believe that speaking in tongues is for today, then you must not be a Christian. Well, now I have a problem, right? And to be honest with you, that's what keeps me out of basically all denominations, is that, everybody who doesn't accept this doctrine isn't saved thing. Because the thing is, it's kind of an interesting little paradox in a way. The Bible talks about, the gospel being a very simple thing. Believe, if you want to just boil it down, it's believing that Jesus Christ is the same God as the Old Testament God of Israel, namely Jehovah, who came down in the flesh, and lived as a full man, and then died on the cross for sins and rose again on the third day. And that if we believe in him and confess him as Lord, believe in his resurrection, we will be saved. That is the boiled down version of it, right? Including every important and relevant detail, but getting it boiled down. And there's nothing else that's added to that. And people might think that's too big a tent, but the thing that effectively makes it a small tent is the fact that adding or taking away from that is actually what makes you not a Christian anymore, right? And so now you go to the Galatians, for example, and is it that a Christian can't get circumcised, or can't worship on the Sabbath, or can't celebrate Hanukkah, or all the other different Jewish things that would happen? Of course not. That's not Paul's problem. Paul circumcised Timothy and went to the Sabbath for a year and a half, or went to the synagogue on Sabbath for a year and a half, right? And celebrated the festivals and all this other kind of stuff. So that can't be the problem. So what is the problem here? It's they're adding it to the gospel, right? Oh, you have to be circumcised, you have to be a Jew in order to be saved. Well, and notice how seriously Paul takes this. It's not just that they have added to the gospel and they're in error. They've added to the gospel and they're accursed, which is, whether or not that was accursed, if you continue down this, or accursed at this point in time, who knows? But the point is that he took it very seriously.
Yeah. What is it that, why it was such a big deal that they were adding what they did? And I would say, this is where it gets interesting with dialogue with different groups. And the way I kind of see it at this point, at least, and I struggle with this a little bit, how I should articulate it, because on one hand, I want to proclaim what I think is true, but like, how sure am I, that sort of thing. And like to want to say something and then not, because I think people don't take that seriously enough sometimes too. And I know I don't. And that is, they want, it's easy to like get really gung ho and then like, act like what's up, and then find out later you were wrong about this or that. And but that you shouldn't let that necessarily hold you back. You should just be like careful, right, and humble about it or whatever. And I mean that for anybody. And then, but if you were too careful, you would never preach or whatever, right? So we're not called to that. But you should still be like weary of it, I think. And then, but for me it kind of looks to me like when I look at like just the history and like how when we consider the things we were talking about with like life being so easy and first world problems and all that, it's like, it seems to me the development of this, if you look over history, like with the Protestants, etc., and of course different groups were different and at different points in history, but the overall trend is like, I feel like the whole like free grace thing is like a distortion of people like being out, what's the word? Out pious-ing each other kind of thing. Like just like how Calvinists sometimes and non-Calvinists, when they're arguing, it's like, it's almost, they get into this fight, like who can make man more of a sinner, and whoever does is right, and it's like, and I do think man is despicably wicked, speaking overall or whatever, like what the Bible teaches. But at the same time, it's like it seems to me that like my position is essentially like it's a mistake to decouple the if we're all going to admit that sin is a thing and it's bad, then we shouldn't totally uncouple from that concept of because we're saved by grace, like. And so that's like my struggle when people like I agree with them, but like I feel like if I stand on that too hard and nobody's like cares about being obedient or whatever, or loving God, that seems to me how we love God, and that seems to be like necessary, I guess, in some sense. So I'm not sure how to deal with that. Like, one part of me wants to say, well, yeah, you can't earn your salvation. That's a given. Like you've already lost that battle. Like one sin and you're out. God demands perfection. But like, am my works salvation? No, I don't think you can't maintain it either. I don't think you can maintain it. But like, so how does that interact? Is that, from your view, I can totally see rejecting that. But I think if you have free will, in other words, like, I don't know, man. God seems to call a remnant. What makes them the remnant? See, that's somewhere else we might disagree too. Like, it seems like God's trying to actually like show something, and maybe that's just diametrically opposed to a Calvinist soteriology, I guess. I don't know. I waver. It's probably because I hang out with all you guys, and I don't hang out with Seventh-day Adventists, but I still have that in me. But
well,
I was all over the place. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. And I do have to probably hop off after this, but I'll give just kind of this last little spiel. First things first, I do just want to be clear. I do have a nuanced view on SDA, right? I don't think that SDA is a cult. I think that it's a denomination of Christianity like any other denomination of Protestant Christianity, and it has its problems like any other one does. I do think that it's got serious problems, but I think all denominations fall into the Galatian heresy, really, if I'm being honest, which is we're right and you guys aren't Christian. And I'm not a fan of ecumenism either. That's not what I'm saying. Obviously, unity needs to be in truth. The solution, I think, is primacy of the local church. People should go to a church that believes like they believe, right, without necessarily casting out people from New York City if you live in Seattle. But
so you're not for the Pope's world church idea then?
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all. Local bodies of local believers who believe with, other local believers in their community, I think is the best way to go. In fact, I don't believe I don't believe in church government at all higher than the local level. Meaning, if you have like a church headquarters for your denomination in some far off city, I think you're already out of. I mean, if you have a board of directors in your local church, I think you're probably already getting out of control. It really should be the elders, which is literally just the elder men in the church, who meet, of course, the qualifications as laid out in the Bible.
You should get a guy who's like a president of a church and interview him and like contend that issue with him. I'd like to see. It'd be interesting. It'd be really interesting.
I would love to, because I think it honestly, if I may be so bold, it's I think one of the deadliest, and I mean that in the spiritual sense, flaws of modern Christianity. Because you can have something that's totally right, 100% right, and from Scripture, and make it something that, hey, these guys don't believe it and we do, so they're not saved, and boom, you've committed the Galatian heresy. So
have you met Adventists that have that stance? Because the ones I've grown up in have never said anything like that. And I know you're not necessarily talking about Adventists. I just mean, have you? But I'm curious if you've. because I know they exist. I know that there's ones out there that'll say it, like you have to believe this or whatever. And in a sense, well, I won't get into it. Go ahead and keep going.
Well, so there's a couple. It's interesting, and again, there does have to be nuance for sure. One of the big things that I've noticed with SDA, in particular, is that the 28 fundamental beliefs are, and I say this with the utmost respect, they're essentially useless for getting a wind on the congregation, because the congregation really is there because they have a respect for Saturday worship. I mean, that's really what it boils down to if you're talking about the laity, right? A lot of SDA don't even know who Ellen G. White is. Literally, like, right? I mean, you know that better than I do, right? They literally have no functional clue who this person is.
Yeah, I didn't know that for the longest time, and then I watched that one YouTuber, and it doesn't seem to have ever heard of her almost. I was shocked, but I do know that at this point. Yeah,
exactly, right. And so it's like it's not that obviously there are people who faithfully adhere to the fundamental beliefs. That's not, that certainly is true, but for a lot of the congregation, they really are just regular standard evangelical Christians who want to go to church on Saturday.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Half the dude, 90% of the people in all modern Protestant-ish churches couldn't get through a sixth grade Trinity test and without saying something heretical. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's 100% true. That's 100% true. And to sort of get to your question then, right, about like, so do you know some people who are like this? They do exist. And sometimes they exist in ways that are a little bit different than you might expect, right? So first off, some like Stanley Terry, the guy I just debated, he is, if you actually look at his channel, what he actually is a radical SDA.
I interviewed him. He said he was he used to be SDA or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or I think he said Adventist, to be fair, but I haven't looked at his channel much yet. So
yeah, he was born and raised SDA, baptized SDA. He adheres to the Sabbath as the mark of the true believer and Sunday worship as the mark of the beast thing. I don't know how he feels about Ellen G. White because I haven't heard any particular videos on her.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to him again. I mean, I have some problems with some of the things he's saying, but I can relate to him in a lot of ways. And I wasn't surprised that he had Adventist background. And by the way, I think what you said in that debate was absolutely right. Like, he essentially, it seemed to me he was just trying to assert his like something he felt like he had kind of figured out and expected something a little different from you or whatever. But ultimately, I think he realized that he doesn't really disagree. I don't know. What did you think? Did you think I think he thought he just like has a problem with understanding the idea of a hypostatic union, but I think there's different ways you can understand that, but there's obvious reasons to affirm it based on scripture, right?
Well, and if I may, and I, with respect to Mr. Terry, but I think for some people, doctrine isn't their problem. And with him, I think he really wants to be the guy who's figured something out and that's different. I asked him the question, who else besides you has the Holy Spirit, right? Who else can we go to? Because he said that the reason the universal witness of the commentaries on Isaiah 52:10 was wrong and he was right is because he had the Holy Spirit. And so I said, okay, well, who else does, right? Who else can we go to? He never answered the question. Well, why? What's going on there, right? And it's this need of you see the same thing with Marcus Rogers or Alan Parr or a whole bunch of other guys, right? They need to be the guy who's got something important to say. And I can even sympathize with that to an extent because as somebody who has spent my entire life as the guy with something important to say, I get self-conscious about that. You know what I mean? And when I'm wrong, it's almost like somebody's attacking me personally. But you got to just suck that up because sometimes I am wrong. You know what I mean?
That's right. And that's a good attitude to have. That's why I want to help support you because I see that and I appreciate that. And it's hard. it's very hard. Sometimes if you're not careful, you'll start to you won't take the cues that a better man would take. And I think you do. And I think I just want to say that. I like to tell you that anytime I get a chance. So.
Oh, yeah, and I do really appreciate that, by the way. And yeah, I genuinely do appreciate it a lot. I think I got a pretty solid, I don't know if I could call it a team per se, because, we're just not necessarily like I have people working with me behind the scenes, but as far as like the usuals, you and Kelby and Nick and so on, I definitely enjoy the usuals that we got going around.
Yeah, and by the way, just in case you notice, I have a ongoing banking issue, and so my monthly support or whatever, if it cuts out, it won't be long before it comes back on. It's just because of I'm having to deal with possibly some money that one of my accounts being theft. So basically, that account is not. And I don't have that account anymore, and it was set up through a debit card. So I'm in the process of setting up a new one. So if that gets cut off, just expect that's not anything but the problems I'm having with the bank, and I haven't been able to start a new account yet. So
yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate that, and you never have to explain yourself to me, but I do appreciate you. So I just want to briefly say though, to kind of finish the point, so because I brought Stanley up to say that like he's one of those like radical keep the Sabbath or you're not saved kind of people, and it does originally, and this is the point I wanted to get to, it does originally stem from Ellen G. White herself, because she had a prophecy that the mark of the beast was going to be Sunday worship. Right now I understand there's some nuance there. It's not fair to say that the SDA church teaches that Sunday worship is the mark of the beast right now. And I recognize that, right? Because there is a big difference there. It's kind of like if somebody says that the RFID chip is the mark of the beast, they don't mean that everybody who has an RFID chip right now in their credit card is taking the mark of the beast. They mean at a point in time it'll be used as the mark of the beast, right? And I think that's an important distinction to make for SDA too, because it does definitely paint how radical you're seeing an individual SDA as somebody who's outside of the group, right? In other words, if I see
people in the church as well as other Christians outside the church, you don't understand it very well or conflate those two. Mm-hmm. Say some dumb things, but it's people in the church too that it just, because there's a sense where you can argue like, because you could say, well, go ahead, keep going.
Well, and I guess to briefly wrap up, I was just gonna say, I recognizing that nuance, that does still bother me quite a bit, only because I don't. It seems to me like it gets you on a razor's edge. Like I could see a logical, rational, reasonable, devout SDA coming to the conclusion that I was not saved based on what his understandings of Ellen G. White's teachings are, you know what I mean? And I could also understand one who said, no, I think that's something that's going to happen at a point in time. And if you're saved but going to a Sunday church, you'll realize that. I see that side too, right? And I guess my point is I wish she wouldn't have set up that kind of a problem where I could see both sides, you know what I mean?
Well, as far as I understand, just to be precise here, although I need to probably study up on this again, but as I understand it, she didn't come up with any, like she never had a prophecy or like a vision that that like came up with a doctrine and then she told it to the church and then they believed it. It was, as I understand it, like absolutely none of the ideas came that way. Like her visions would be like encouragement or judgment of some kind, or like within the church or whatever, or like I guess a few things were prophetic, like parent supposedly or whatever, or like warnings or whatever to people that were, but she never like got a vision that was like, oh, this revelation of a doctrine, I guess. And so it was usually is what would often be is how I understand it. And I need to look into it again, but I know many people who know have said that to me too. Like, but I haven't totally looked at it to like verify it per se, but people I trusted said that anyway. But that like that she didn't, and I don't know, I can't think of any visions that I remember hearing or anything or reading that said like she had this vision and then they understood this doctrine. It was more like they were like they started over after the great disappointment to get back to the Bible, and they were from different backgrounds, and then they would like study it the best they could out or whatever, right? And then so often they would then like hold it tentatively, and then she might get a vision that would like say, yeah, that's right, kind of thing. But I guess I need to look into that more to be sure. But I know I've been told that many times by people I trust. But I think that does make a difference because it's a little scary. I mean, it seems like a lot of group, and I'm not saying this verifies anything, right? But it does seem that like almost like just undeniably something fishy if somebody's like getting doctrines that aren't like you can't derive from scripture, and then like it's coming from like some new revelation in that sense. So that's why I always push back on people when they say like, oh, Ellen White, it has to be scripture because she's a prophet. And it's like, I don't actually think that's true, although it is a nuanced issue. But it'd be a lot more sketchy, I think, if it were the case, because I think that's what like Joseph Smith did. That's what like the guy with the watchtower did and stuff, and like over and over again, it seems like to me. But I'm biased, of course. So,
well, and I'll just kind of say too, I am of the belief that there is a restorative prophet that we are to be expecting. There are claimants that exist, like
right.
like William Branham, and
Yeah.
are they right? Are they wrong? We got to take them each individually, right? But I do at least sympathize in the sense that, that whether or not it is William Branham or Ellen White, it is going to be someone, because the Bible said that it was going to be someone. There's going to be some restorative prophet. He's not going to be like Muhammad. He'll be more like Isaiah, in the sense that Isaiah wasn't founding his own religion. He was.
What about like John the Baptist?
Well, same kind of idea, right? I think John the Baptist, in the end, there did have to be a pivot point from
a forerunner.
Exactly, and I think that the restorative prophet is a forerunner of the second coming. I think if you have a proper exegesis of Isaiah 40 and Malachi 3, as well as when Jesus says Elijah shall first come, it sounds to me like there are two comings of Jesus, and likewise there are two comings of the spirit of Elijah before each individual coming of Jesus. The first was John the Baptist, and the second we don't necessarily know yet.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think you could even make a case that it was, well, yeah. Go on. I'm curious. I'd like to go over that with you because I'm just curious what you think the attributes are.
Well, actually, I can lay those out real quickly here, because I think that. So first off, Jesus says he will restore all things. So he has to be a restorative prophet. Meaning.
Wait, though. Wait, real quick. But then, wouldn't that mean like God can't like lay out to somebody like perfect doctrine, because then that person would start a church that had perfect doctrine, right?
Well, I think this is part of, because if my understanding is correct, this prophet should immediately precede the second coming. So there won't be time for starting a second church, because it would be kind of like almost like the prophet who comes to the city to say it's going to be destroyed, right?
Okay, that makes sense.
But I do think that this, Jesus says Elijah shall first come, future tense, and restore all things. I think that is very much reference to the cloud of, questionable doctrine that we have in the modern age because of our wealth of information. It's really difficult to figure out what is and is not true. I think that this last prophet will probably be one who is by divine revelation actually pointing, and so not giving his own doctrine or her own doctrine depending on who it is, but like actually pointing out, no, this is true, and that this that these guys had, this is true, and this kind of stuff. So that's one of the qualities. I think that a second one of these qualities is that he does have to be a kind of John the Baptist like figure, in the sense that it's a voice of one quiet crying out in the wilderness. So some kind of a maybe somebody that we might see as Bummy. You know what I mean?
Eating curds and honey and or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like somebody who wasn't quote civilized. You know what I mean?
Yeah, perhaps makes his wardrobe from a potato sack or something, sort of a thing. Not to be disrespectful, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. I think he'd have to be a Jew. I think all prophets have to be Hebrews. And that's based off of my understanding of Deuteronomy 18, by the way. So just to qualify that, when it says, "I will raise from amongst you a prophet from amongst your brethren," that's a specific prophecy of Jesus, the prophet like unto Moses. But it's also understood by the Hebrews as the general pattern for prophets after. So in other words, even though Samuel is not the prophet like unto Moses, he is judged by the criterion of the prophet like unto Moses, right? And so the indication there being that, and I could be wrong about this, but the indication there seems to be that prophets must be Hebrews.
See, this is the sort of thing it's just totally a new concept for me. So like, I'm really interested in because I keep having these thoughts about what I see is potentially problematic, but I don't have any I'm not motivated to necessarily say it's wrong in a certain sense. And but it's interesting because the question that comes to my mind from just because of the way I've always been taught the Bible is like, I think that's plausible on one hand. And on the other hand, I think there seems like some verses that are essentially historically, let's say like in Protestantism or whatever, and like that would have come down to us and maybe been nuanced or changed slightly, or understood in new ways, like with more light or whatever, let's say. But it seems to me that there might be, my gut instinct says anyways, so I'd love to explore this sometime, but that the problem could be like doctrines we understand that are adapted from the Old Testament that give us some of our like structure to our like just overall theology could be at risk if you apply it too strictly to like that in that way. But I could be wrong, but that's like my gut thinking. And I'd love to go over like some of the Isaiah passages and like stuff with you, and just because I see where you're coming from totally. But on the other hand, like some of the things seem like we take it for granted that they're applied to the church at least partly, right? You know what I'm saying at all? Or does that make any sense?
Definitely. And part of the reason that my view is developed on this, and therefore gives you a lot to agree and disagree with, is because I grew up in a group that is similar to SDA in the sense that they have a prophet claiming, and it's that aforementioned William Branham. I'm not a William Branham apologist by any stretch, although I'm not a critic either. But it has
seems like he started a pretty legit movement.
Say again.
Seems like a lot of the people that come out of there are pretty legit.
Well, then that
makes I lost you there, buddy. I don't know if your mic came unplugged or whatever. Can't hear you. Gone. Janet, hi. Janet. Yeah, I agree, Janet. I made a mistake. I agreed to do a debate with Ryan, and I've been praying about it and thinking about it. And I sent a thing to Praise, and I said, and my gut instinct was from the beginning too that I shouldn't have agreed to it, and maybe I should keep my word. But I said I sent an email to Praise because I don't even have a way to correspond with Ryan. But I said I don't think I'm going to do it. I withdraw from the debate because I just don't think it'll be. I will not be a good thing to do. It just won't go well. It won't have any. It won't do any good. In other words, in any sense. And I just don't trust that he'd be fair as much as I'd like to trust that. But listening to the way he talked to Irenic and stuff, it's just not worth it. It's just a joke. It's not in good faith. So I don't know. I'm going to talk to some people about it. I don't like going back on an agreement like that, but if we'll see. No worries, man. If you want to come back, you can. If you're good, if you're tired. CJ, one thing I did want to say is like I'd like to try to collaborate on a thing, do a thing on hell. Like I've been looking at the church fathers, and there's a really I'll send you this. Maybe I did send it to you, but turns out the apostolic fathers, meaning the ones that overlap with their lives overlap with the apostles. So they were taught or they learned from the apostles. Those are that category. At least 5 of them, it seems, believed in not only, well, certainly they seem to believe in provably in annihilationism, but also it seems like it would appear also, although that could have been an inconsistent wording or whatever, but it seems like some of them are actually conditional immortality and then kind of have a soul sleep view, but that's more debatable. But a lot of the claims of scholars, like common scholarship or whatever, about who the first conditional immortality, like Arnobius or something that people often say, is just totally wrong. And the way he actually speaks about it kind of like proves that, of course, it's wrong. He had to learn it from somebody. He didn't just make it up like Origen did, made up universalism. So I'm really like anxious. And it's Chris and Glenn Peoples that I was listening to, or a guy Chris interviewed who wrote a book on this, and he was very good. I'll send you the link if I didn't already. But turns out, and the point is, if they believed, these are like major teachers, right? Because we have their writings, some of them anyways, and so they were very influential. And so the fact that they would have been teaching this as they did, clearly, because these are people that didn't just use biblical language. That's debatable, right? What the words mean from the Bible, but they made specific claims. For instance, like Irenaeus said, mentioned the saved, who are the only ones that have continuance of days, which are conditional, that God offers to the elect only. And so that's clearly not, continuation of days would mean continued existence. So you could almost argue that it's conditional immortality. And there's others, but anyway, it's very interesting. I don't really care what the church believed over the history. They went nuts after about 350 AD. They're already making mistakes, in my opinion, but I think we should pay attention to what some of them said. I think they weren't all lost wolves in sheep clothing. People like to just say, if it's a church father, then they're Catholic, and so they're lost. And it's like, that's just being stupid about it. We're not in a position to judge everybody that way, but I think overall we can judge from 400 on, that the church just got more and more corrupt, and that God called men who were by no means perfect, were called to reform the church. And they didn't want to break up the unity of Christ's church. I think Martin Luther was, and so God met them where they were, and they were never perfect, just like none of us are. But that was necessary for history, for Christ's restoration. So God's moving through history. He's not just saying, pray this one prayer and then you're good, and the whole problem of evil, the whole fall thing is all fixed. somehow, even though it's not fixed, but it's promised, and Christ paid the price. But we're still waiting for his second coming, and that's the hope of that's the blessed hope of the faith. It's the return of the King. So don't forget that. I believe that. It's not about going to heaven when you die. It's about Christ's return. Whatever you believe about that, it's fine. But lift up your heads, for your salvation draws near. God bless.